Hey, 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 hey. Happy Tuesday. Great to be back with you guys. Hope you're having a great day today so far and hope you had a great night. It is an open discussion today. We're going to talk about anything and everything, whatever it may be. It's up to you folks. Let's do this. Let's get this show on the road. What up, what up? Hi, how are you today? How is everyone this beautiful Tuesday? Muggy ass day. It's great to see you guys. Thank you for joining me again. As always, you are so very appreciated. We got 75 beautiful peeps in here today. I appreciate you so much. And once again, guys, thank you so much for joining me last night. To put that out. As much as I don't want to do stuff like that, I had to do it. So thank you for the support and for joining me last night for that. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for being here today. I hope you all had the best night you possibly could. And I hope you're having a great start to your day. As always, it is great to be back with my peeps. Wonder never fails. Never fails, folks. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'm sorry. This is important. So sorry, everybody. That was Mrs. Dago. And she said to say, I love you all and thank you all for your support, for supporting us. You are appreciated. So my apologies, folks, for that one. She just had a break and wanted to ask me something. But anyway, not your problem. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you. Let's see who is gracing us with their presence today. As we do this open discussion, we're talking about whatever you all want to talk about. Whatever crime, whatever it is, it's on you, it's on me, it's on all of us, guys. We're going to talk about it, whichever way we do it. So let's see. Once again, we got Sooner Girl 74 in the house. Thank you for joining us. Sandy Toes, good to see you. Miss Heather's in the house. Great to have you here, Heather. Mystic Virgo, welcome back. KK True Crime, same for you. North Carolina Mound Man, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Sunshine in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. War Eagle, welcome back. Roll Tide Roll. Sandy Toes again. I see it there. Let's see. Cassie H, welcome. Good to have you here. Jameson, welcome back. Marina Girl, great to see you. So sorry. SRB, great to see you, dear. Thank you for jumping in here with us. I appreciate you. Randy Fur, welcome back, buddy. Chuck Baby's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Canadian True Crime Buff, thank you for joining us. Miss Kimmy, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Robert Belt, welcome back. Good to have you here. Tomboy Charm, always happy to have you. Let's see. Jody, welcome back. Good to see you. Katie Quarters. Miss Katie Quarters. Today would be your birthday, my dear. You know what that means. We're going to talk about that in a minute, too. Make sure you're wishing Miss Katie Quarters happy birthday, everyone. She definitely needs to have that today. It's her special day. Make sure you're doing that. Thank you so much for that, guys. Mystic Virgo, again, good to see you. Candy Girl, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Canadian True Crime Buff. Miss Tracy's in the house. Good to see you, Tracy. Thanks for being here, Gloss Boss. Welcome back. Great to have you. Good to see you. Carrie Pajula, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you so very much. My friend and yours, Eddie's in the house, folks. One Made Nut. Welcome back, brother. Good to have you here. Let me see. Crazy P, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Come on down. Layla Stevens, great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Sandy, Candy 66, that's a new face and a new name. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Salty Grace, welcome back. Good to see you. Mimi's in the house. Good to see you, Mimi. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Tina B, welcome back. Good to have you here. Let me see. Come on down. Roll down. Mikey, my brother. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Salty Sleuth True Crime. Thank you for joining us, dear. I do appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Karma Police, guys. Make sure you're being good. Don't forget. We don't want nobody going out that way. What's up, Dre? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Catacomb Man, welcome back. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Mystic Virgo. And that's it for that. Let's get to the bottom here. Rondi Potter, good to see you. Randy Fur, my brother, good to have you here. Kimberly Barrett, thank you so much. We got another birthday going on too. What are we talking about here? Jazz King, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. No Chains and No Mo's in the house. Good to see you, Chains. Thanks for joining us. Cappuccina 877, thank you for being here. Good to see you. Broken Raikou, welcome back, brother. It's been a long time. Great to see you, bud. Thank you for joining us. Jameson's in the house. Let me see. Bonnie Bailey, welcome back. Back in the club. Miss Bonnie's a family member again. Never did leave. Don't care what this green color says. You're always here. You're a family member, always. Rhode Island housewife, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Miss Gina 371, welcome back. Great to have you here. The lovely Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Budford, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. D Smalls, what's going on? Happy belated birthday to you. Well, I'm going to throw it out there for all you guys. You know how that goes, guys. You know how I roll. Kara Willis, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so very much for that, Jazz King, and for super sticker of the day. That is appreciated, my friend. 1 second, make sure this stuff is working. Misty Jane, good to see you. Thanks for joining us as well. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, Misty Jane. I do appreciate that. Oh, that was not good enough. Still wasn't. There we go. Once again, thank you for that, Jazz King. I do appreciate you, brother. Bree McGee, welcome. Thank you for being here. Good to have you here. Good to see you. So we got Randy. We got Miss Katie. And yesterday was D Smalls. That's some crazy stuff, folks. Birthdays every which way you go. Celebrating life. That's right. Cowboy, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Strutter 614's in the house. Lynn 69, welcome back. Good to see you. Yo, 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 yo. All right, all right, all right. Randy Fur. Awesome stuff. So great to see you guys. CR, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. First super sticker of the day. Or no, yeah. The other one was the chat. Thumbs up. Thank you for that, CR. Samira Davi, thank you for joining us. Yes, we do appreciate you, CR, so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. All right, come on in, guys. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, have a conversation with me, if you will. Dean A, what's going on? To you, my good friend. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. So happy to be here. Moni in the middle. Where's she at? She's in the middle. 69. Moni, 69. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Jacqueline Keeley, thank you for joining us. Gemini's in the house. 65. How are you, dear? I hope you're safe and sound down there in Florida. Avoiding that storm. Thank you for joining us, Gemini. Appreciate you. We're praying for you, dear. And everybody down there right now. Getting a bit of hurricanes are going through. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing. Tanya Clements, welcome back. Good to see you. Let's see, Dakota Parker, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. No. Come on in, guys. Let's see. Canadian True Crime Buff. Once again, thank you. 178 awesome peeps in here. You know the role. Let's try to make a match, guys, if we can. Chief, what's going on? Good to see you. Sandy Placence, welcome back. Always happy to see you all. All right, guys. All right. Let me see here. What is going on? All right, guys. We got birthdays. In my world, those are important, folks. They really are. So Miss Katie, Mr. Randy Fur, D Smalls from yesterday. It's belated, but it is what it is, guys. Love you guys so very much, and I want you to know that. And on that note, I want to say happy birthday to all of you. And I want you to know that your day is just as important to me as it is to you. Make sure you're making a wish and blowing out them candles, guys. Little jazz music going on. I love it. I love it. And that is for all three of you. I hope you guys have the absolute most wonderful day you possibly can, because that is what you deserve every day of your life, but especially today. Um, and that is from all of us here in the True Crime Cafe community. We do love and adore you all so very much. Make sure that you're all saying happy birthday to all of them, guys. Miss Katie Quarters, D. Smalls, and Mr. Randy Furr. Again, guys, I hope you have the absolute best possible day you can, and more. I know that we all love you guys here in this community. Now, this one didn't work out. I was supposed to blow the candles out, but that's okay. There you go, guys. That's from all of us to all of you. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Welcome, Daisy Jones. Good to see you. John Boy Cat, good to have you here. Let me see, let me see. Bernadette Thomas, welcome. Good to have you here. Absolutely, Miss Katie. Absolutely. No thanks needed. It is what it is. You guys are special. Mudman, what's going on? And you deserve to be treated that way. Each and every one of you guys. So, but when I know about it, everybody knows about it. That's all I can say. And I'm so sorry, D Smalls, that I didn't get to do that with you yesterday. But if I would have known better, things have been kind of chaotic lately. So I like jazz music myself. I thought that would be a nice little change. And Kimberly's grandkids as well. My grandson, very high energy, and has a mind of his own. Granddaughter's later. Okay. Anybody celebrating a birthday over the past 48 hours, that's for you. Daisy Dead, welcome, dear. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Leslie Densely Watkins, thank you for being here. Miss Polly Pepper Pamela's in the house. Good to see you. Candy66. I do believe I saw something right when I started that. Let me find it here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Somebody dropped a super chat or super sticker somewhere in here. I want to Tree Baby Tennessee. Good to see you. Miss Shelley, welcome back. Good to have you here. There it is. Candy66 with a $2 a super sticker. Thank you so very much for that, Candy. I do appreciate that. That's a fact. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Miss Heather. for putting the Amazon wish list in there again. That is pinned in the chat. And again, thank you all so very much. Mystic Virgo, great to see you. Thank you all so very much for those of you that have sent things to me from there. It is beyond appreciated. You have no idea, folks. No idea. And that's from the heart, guys. Every bit of it. Todd, who dat? Clement, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Let's see here. Make sure I'm not missing Kimberly Barrett. Again, I see you. There we go. Okay. That's awesome. Jacqueline Keeley, everybody. We got a bunch of cakes for everybody. There you go. Valerie LeGrand, great to see you. Miss Daisy says, Happy Born Day. That's right. Oh, you guys are awesome. All these birthday wishes. I love it. Need a few more candles. I got you, Dean. Eddie saying happy birthday. Crazy P. DS is celebrating. Not enough candles for you, huh, Randy? I get it, buddy. I'm right there with you, brother. Miss Sherry saying happy birthday. Tanya saying happy birthday. Miss Molly celebrating. Love it, love it. You guys are awesome. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Oh my God. Huh. Okay. I have to do that every time I see her. Live, love, sail. There we go. You good to see ya. Let me see. Let me see. Where are we at here? Miss Shelley saying happy birthday. Welcome, Gaya Deguchi. KK saying happy birthday as well. And la 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 la. Miss Heather saying it to Miss Kimberly's grandchildren. Very nice of you, Miss Heather. Hey, hey, Chief. Good. How are you? That's for all of you guys. Again, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. I hope it's good for you guys because it's good for me to be here with you guys. I love you all so very much. For real, for real. Party of Five saying happy birthday. Indigo, good to see you. Woman Power 101, what's good with you? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Red Riding Hood's in the house. How you doing today? Thank you for joining us today. Evie Marie, welcome back. And she is saying happy birthday as well. Miss Noni's in the house. Happy birthday to any birthday babies. That's right. That's right. The Chic Antique. Welcome. Good to see you, dear. Robert Belt with a super sticker. Thank you, my friend. I do appreciate you and that so very much. All right, all right, all right. Legendary CEO, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Gina 371 saying happy birthday. Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate that so very much. Again, guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded. Should you choose to support in that fashion, there are the links for Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Should you do that, it is appreciated, but it is not needed, but it is appreciated, guys. Thank you so very much for those of you that have done it in the past as well. Natalie V, welcome. Good to see you. Vix Logic, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Happy Man, what's going on, buddy? Good to have you here. Good to see you. Randall and Laurel Gray. All right. Come on in, guys. Find a seat. If you will. See, we got 207 people with 60 likes. Let's try to make a match, everybody, if we can, please. Let me see here. What's up? Mountain Man, you don't have to. What did you say? Missy Jane saying happy birthday. I just lost your comment, Mountain Man. Where did it go? You don't have to answer, but what? Oh, okay. Well, it was more of the crap that had been going on over there about me, against me. Worse lies and situations were brought up about things that weren't true. So I had to gather some things together and do a live stream and prove the truth. Welcome, Reverend Cynthia Hughes. Good to see you. Um, Precious Creek, thank you for jumping in. I hope to see you more often. Thank you so much for joining us. So it was more of the Annie Ruler. Welcome. Good to see you. More of that drama. Oh, it just broke, Randy. Thank you. I just looked over and it was boom. That was quick. Thank you all so much for that. We are in the algorithm. That's awesome. Um, so the other creator that I've been going back and forth with, unfortunately, not that I choose to, but Doodlebug. Thank you for joining us. It's been happening. Michi Girl, good to see you. There were certain things that were stated that were completely blatant lies. You guys remember back in June, I did a show, MCAUS and Leslie Ann, thank you for joining us. I did a show on the Flora Forest case. When I found out about it, I was appalled, and I'm just like, that's horrific. So I want to do something to help. Jen H, good to see you. So I did. And one of the people that helped to facilitate that had been on that case for a while was involved and was a friend to this other creator that we know about. I'm not down with saying people's names, guys. I don't like doing that. Kim WI, good to see you. And Cole the Herd, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Jumped on there and started making these ridiculous accusations that made no sense. And they're very hurtful considering what I did and what I wanted to do for that case, okay? And they were complete lies. So I had to go through my financial records and show things and prove things about it that were not true. Okay. And, it is what it is, which you have to do that occasionally because where we're at and what we do, that's part of life, I guess. But there was no reason for any of it other than the fact that she is a friend to this other creator and is trying to be vengeful for absolutely no reason because nothing that has been said, welcome local S, nothing that's been said about that scenario has been true whatsoever. Nothing. So, Dinky, my friend, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Good to have you here, brother. So I spent an entire live stream on that, which was it's a waste of your time, my time, and a waste of something that we could have done. So Gina 371, good to see you. So that went down, and I covered it with the truth, as I always do. As I've told nothing but the truth thus far. There was a couple other people that pretended to be part of this community at some point, but were upset for whatever reason and wanted to try to hurt me. That were saying things that were not true either, and kind of, in a sense, claimed to have been the one to start all this by saying things. Okay, which is actually really sad because I've tried to help that person with their channel to grow it, to help in that sense, and I supported it too. But I guess, Tammy C, good to see you. One thing that I definitely despise, you guys, and I have to be honest, for those of you that didn't hear this last night, are people that are fake. I don't like fake people. I don't like people that are not true to themselves as to everybody else as well, because I am. So I did the live stream. I did all this, and unfortunately, I had to private it because there was another person that came in trying to help on our side of things here and was explaining something, and I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know. I didn't plan for it. Kentucky Girl, good to see you. And I didn't know what the topic was going to be or the content of what that person was going to state was. Well, somebody's mother was kind of not really doxxed, but put out there. And I feel bad for that because that's not something I would do. So I privated the live stream and just left it at that. it's better that way because I don't do stuff like that, guys. I don't put it out there, and especially when it comes to your own personal family, I would never do something like that. So that's why I did it, guys. That's why it's private. That's why you can't see it, unfortunately. Tiffany Guzman, good to see you. Not as far as I know. Cynthia, I don't believe so. Um, I do believe so, local S. So, Marie Z. Winkler, good to see you. So that's what went on last night. Again, sadly, as much as I've tried to just let this all go, people just don't want to. I don't know why. I don't like drama. And I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It is very unfortunate. Sandy Toes, it really is. And that's the thing is I'll be honest with you guys. I say this all the time. Good to see you, Golf Inspector. Thank you for joining us today. I'm a real person, folks. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. I don't put on airs to act like somebody else. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? When I say I want you're my friend or I think we're friends, then that's true to me, folks. That's how I feel. That's part of the reason. That's what I'm mostly sad about and kind of depressed about is that I put myself out there as that person and it wasn't true. And I'm getting more and more reports from other people that this was something that almost looks to be by design, which is really disgusting to me. Um, I don't know that that's a fact at this point, so I'm not going to really like put that out there as a fact. Okay, but a lot of people are coming to me from behind the scenes saying this is something that was going on for a while on that side of things and this and that, and it was put out there on purpose this way and this that. It's like, well, whatever. You know what I mean? I've done nothing but try to help people, and every time I do, I get smacked in the face. That one was with a sledgehammer, folks. So again, it is what it is. I'm going to continue to try to give you the very best of what I can in every aspect. Um, and that's all I can do, folks. That's all I can do. So, and I will tell you one thing everything you see in front of your face right now with your own eyes is 100% genuine, folks. Every bit of it. Um, Unfortunately, I'm a very emotional and sensitive person, and I wear my heart right out front to where you guys can reach out and grab it. Okay. That's something I've always done my whole life. And, damn me for caring about people. It's all I can say. So that is where we're at. Well, I appreciate that, Evie. And the thing that really hurts me, I'll be honest with you folks, and I saw this last night. I said in the beginning when this crap happened that I don't want anybody to ever have to choose between the channels. I don't believe in that kind of thing. I never have, and I never would. Okay. Unfortunately, that other person seems to be kind of forcing that on people in a sense by the actions. Okay. And that's unfair to me. I'm sorry, but that's just not right. You guys should not have to try to feel like you have to like go between. Oh, I can't go here. I can't go there. I can't. That's not right. That's wrong. Okay, that's added stress on all of you, and so on and so forth. So, but I did notice. Yes, I know, Reverend. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to. I've been trying to do that. I'm just people are asking questions, so I need to answer real quick. William Tardy, good to see you, buddy. But I did notice like people were coming in here and saying, "Oh, we love your channel, Dago. We love you, this and that, in this community, blah blah blah." And then they'll go over there and they're saying, I've been sent multiple screenshots, and they're saying the same thing, and he's bad, this and that. And then they'll come back over here and be nice to me again. It's like, what the hell is going on? Now, people can be people. You can do whatever you want. You can be whoever the person you want to be. Is. That's fine. I understand. Don't be fake, folks. There's no point in it. We're like I said, most of us are between our 30s or 40s, 50s. Some of us are in our 60s and 70s in here. Let's act like it, guys. Like this is high school drama. Like that. Jesus, I didn't even go through in high school. It's ridiculous. Yes, I know, Tammy. So don't pretend. If you don't like me, you don't want to be here. You don't have to be here, guys. It's okay. That door swings both ways. It's wide open either way. I love and appreciate all of you 100%. And of course, I want everybody here that's here. But if you don't want to be here, and you don't think that I'm true to who I am or whatever the thought is, sorry guys, then don't be. It doesn't make sense to be. You know, that's all. That's all I'm saying. I would never do something like that and go play both sides against each other, or you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? It's just that's wrong, folks. Be real. Be real to yourselves and be real to everybody else. That's all I'm saying. Mrs. Krampus, good to see you. That's all I'm saying. No worries, Dinky. No problem, brother. Do what you got to do. Pagan ways. Thank you for being here. Don't you take responsibility? Wait, now what? Don't you take responsibility for your actions by saying about your Cash App, etc.? I don't understand what you mean by that. And I take responsibility for all of my actions and accountability. Yes, I do. I really don't know, Missy Q. I couldn't tell you. To be honest with you, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Twizzle, what's up? Um, I don't really know, Twizzle. What is that? Oh, there's a fly in here. Sorry. Anyway, good God, quit. How did you even get in here? Um, or if you can like explain that a little bit better, Pagan. I don't really quite understand what you're saying by that. I take absolute responsibility, if that's what you're saying, for all of that, and I've done everything I'm supposed to do. Now, the one only thing that bothered me, Glowbug, good to see you. The one thing that really did bother me though is the accusations. Susan Seidel, good to see you as well. Pagan, he did. It was a joke. Oh, that. Yeah. I did say that. It was a joke. But here's the thing, Pagan. I'm the one that rallied that to begin with. That was my idea. That was me that wanted that to happen. I started that. Okay. So does that make any sense to you? That I would be jealous of that situation? Because I wasn't at all. I dropped a couple and kept going with it. And I was telling people, come on, guys, let's show some love. Let's show some love. That was me that rallied that whole thing. Okay. Because I knew what he was going through and I thought it was kind of crappy that he had a bad weekend, blah, blah, blah. That was the whole point behind that, because that's the kind of person I am. Okay. So that's what that was all about. It was never meant, it was a joke. Everybody that I know that has talked about that is they got the joke. But that is one more thing to use to fit into this little narrative to make it look right. This fly is going to kill me. It's going to drive me nuts. But no, I know. Sorry, Pagan. I didn't understand what you were talking about that, man. But I get it. And it was a complete joke. I was kind of like referring, like, dude, you're doing really good. Like I'll go grab my Cash Apps. Dang, it was a complete joke. Because like I said, I'm the one that rallied that whole thing, and I started with that. And come on, guys, that was the whole point. I had actually talked about it with a couple. They're like, anyway. So I don't know, and people can take that for whatever they want. It doesn't matter to me because I know the truth. I know what it was all about. And it was based on helping that creator out because he had went through something that I thought was kind of shitty, and I was trying to raise his spirits, and so I rallied a scenario. I've done that before. I did that in other um, channels. So Anybody that knows me has seen me do it before. I did it in publicly buzzed a couple times, 100%, and I've done it over there before too. So that's all there is with it. And that's okay, Pagan. No worries. You don't have to, you know, no worries at all. I have no problem explaining anything. Not whatsoever. I have nothing to, I'm not worried about anything. I don't feel any kind of a way about anything because I know that everything I did, the only thing and I'll say this again for anybody that missed it, I made a mistake. I misunderstood or misread the relationship that I had with this person. That's my stupidity. That was my fault. And again, I took full accountability for putting that message into that person's Discord and said, okay, I didn't realize what I did was going to be an issue or if it was disrespectful. It wasn't meant to be. I misread the situation and I misunderstood what that person was doing by stating that he was ending. I thought he was ending. And I thought we were closer, is what it was. That's how I misread the relationship. I thought we were closer and that we were doing that with each other, supporting each other. That was where I misread everything. And it's okay. I was wrong. I'm saying I was wrong. I take accountability. I apologize multiple times for it. That's all I can do with that. And at that point, I tried to drop it, and I've been trying to drop it and let it be and move on. That's all I'm doing. And that's what I'm continuing to try to do is move on. I have nothing else negative to say about this person. And I haven't had, and I won't. But I will defend myself, guys, at all costs. I always have. I always will. And again, I'm trying to allow this to lay before I have to do anything legal. I don't want to do that. It's on deck and ready to go if I have to, but I don't want to do that because it's not easy being out here, and I don't want to cause anyone, regardless of what they've tried to do to me, any kind of stress when it comes to this type of a thing out here because it takes a lot to make this work. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's it. Deborah Adams. That's absolutely correct. I misunderstood. I apologize. All you can do, there will always be those who, well, then that's what it is. That's what it is. So be it. Latrell Hill, good to see you. Thanks for being here, neighbor. Good to have you in the house. Always. Nat Cat, welcome back. Good to see you. Marie Duffy, it's been a long time. Good to have you here. Michelle Mack, welcome back. Good to see you here. SRB and Cassie, it's great to see you guys here again. We've missed you, SRB. Let's see, we got Suzanne Seidel gifted 5 true crime memberships to Strutter 614, Precious Creek, Margaret Hofer, and Amanda Meow. Congrats, everybody. Welcome to the sauce. We got new meatballs. Yay. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Suzanne. That is so appreciated. Beach Life, please. Good to see you. I've spoken to Jesse this morning. I have spoken to Jesse this morning. That's a fact. 57 Vicky, good to see you. Jesse is stepping away from true crime because of this scenario, because it disheartened him, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. And as I explained to him, this is not, he reached out to me, he made a comment or a statement. Nothing bad, he just said he has to back away from it because this is not what he's here for. I don't blame him. I'm not here for this either. So, it's sad because Miss Paula Litson, good to see you. It's sad because I love Jesse. I think Jesse's got a lot of class. I think he's a great person. He's very, very intellectual. It's great to talk to him up here. I really love it. So yeah. And I told him I'm always available. I'm always here. But I don't blame him in a sense because this is not what he signed up for, guys. He doesn't do this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And it shouldn't be like this. Yeah, I'll slow chat down. No problem. It should not be like this at all. All right, there we go. Right, Noni, I agree with you. He shouldn't, but this is just he just doesn't like this stuff, and I don't blame him. I don't either. But I had no control over this. If I could have, I would have not. I would have made it never happen. But it wasn't. Oh, okay, Heather. I'm sorry. How did you know what I set it to? That's weird. Or did you realize that it was slowed down that much? Okay. With this fly, this fly is going to drive me insane, you guys. I can't stand flies. Let's try this way. All right. Here we go. Judgmental. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. So, I do too, CR. I hope he does. I hope one day when, things are calm, maybe he will. We'll see. Woke up in 1984. Well, that's a cue. Again, guys, like I said, the only thing that really kind of bothers me, and I'll be honest with you, is that there were people that come in here and they'll say certain things, and then it's screenshotted that they're over there saying the opposite and doing this and doing that. That's wrong, folks. People are always watching. They really are. They know that. So I don't ever want anybody to think. Thank you so much, Miss Sandy. You don't need to do that, but I do appreciate you for that so very much. People are always going to watch this scenario. Some people play into this drama. They love it, and I don't get it, but it is what it is. So, if you're real and you want to be here, then please be here. Jennifer S., good to see you. I know it's been in here for at least a week, Jennifer. If you're real and you really truly want to be here, then please be here. And if not, and you're just here to be a troll or you're fake about it or you don't really care, then don't be here. That's all it is. It's that simple. Just don't. We don't want people like that in this community. Oh, Kim, I'm so sorry you're down there too. Please be safe and be careful. Please be safe. Nevada cops, good to see you. Yes, it is an open discussion today, Miss Chains. We are talking about whatever, however, whoever, well, except for one scenario I do not want. I'm going to repeat this like I did yesterday. Miss Delta, good to see you. I do not want, not that Nikki, great, good to have you again. That's right. That's exactly right, Miss Paula. That's right. Dago's daycare is closed. I'm done with it, guys. Mrs. Kelly, good to see you. As always, as always, it is. I don't do that. I don't want it. Yes, everyone in Florida, please, if you're down there, please be safe. We're all praying for you and you have you all in our thoughts. That's a fact, guys, because I know you guys are going through something right now. That's a good point too, Precious, but it does happen. I'm sad to say. The daycare is closed. Doors are shut. Everything's done. We're back to being adults, folks, and we need to be. Um, that's all I can say. I absolutely adore every one of you guys, and I always will. No matter what the scenario is, my door's always open to people too. That's the thing. But I will not have people coming in here trying to cause and create more drama to keep this going. And I do not want anybody in here saying negative things about any of these other creators. Okay, you can do that on your own. I promise. I don't want it in here. Dorian Costante, thank you for joining us today. Yeah, Maui as well too. Yes, that's another horrible situation. It's just insane. Hi, Bernice. Good to see you. Thank you. Gannon McSween. I haven't received anything else. to be able to review as of yet, Gannon. But she says there's more coming, so we'll see. So moving forward, oh, that's Fallon. Thank you for joining us. As I was saying, I don't want any negative talk about that creator or any others, as always. Okay, I will not allow that in here, regardless of the situation. Thank you, Catacomb Man. I appreciate you very much. So, regardless of what has been done, I don't want that in here. Period. That's all I'm saying. And I will remove people for doing that because it's just not. I'm not that person. I don't drop down to that level, and I refuse to do it. Okay, so that's all. And that's all I really want to say about it. Um, oh yeah, there's a lot to look at over there. North Carolina Mountain, man, there really is. What do we got here? I was able to uh, see you're here today, June. Thank you for joining us. I was able to send in your what? Were you able to send here? High Vibe 16. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Okay. So what are we talking about today, guys? Let's talk about it. We can talk about anything, true crime. Okay. Thank you, Kim. Um, we can talk about any. I mean, we've talked about everything we could talk about with Idaho pretty much. So I was giving you guys an open floor to bring something new up if you want to, or just talk about whatever you want. Yeah, I see that, Chic Antique. That's what she said, but it doesn't have. Oh, Bonnie. Thank you, dear. I appreciate you so much. Again, you don't need to do those things, guys. Somebody had. They were. Yeah, I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to let that be. Um, Thank you, Bonnie. I really do appreciate you more than you know. I have nothing but respect for you. I'm home here with you, with all you meatballs, and we are here for you as well and with you. Thank you for that, Miss Bonnie. I appreciate you so very much. If I can get this to work, I've been looking at the what do you call it? I wanted to talk about it, guys. I wanted to kind of kick it off a little bit too. The Karen Reed case has really like been like luring me in. It really has. One second, Bonnie. I'm trying. There we go. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Does anybody, what's everybody's thoughts on Karen Reed? Jeffrey McDonald case ever been on this chat? Not that I know of, Rondi. Not that I know of. That doesn't mean it can't be, though. Again, Bonnie, thank you so much, my dear. You are appreciated. Anybody that has sent anything to the other apps, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and all that, I beyond that's a beyond appreciated. I appreciate you so very much. Oh, thank you for that as well, Canadian True Crime. I absolutely appreciate that. Thank you very much. The Rachel Morin case, of course. There's another one we can talk about for sure. I told you guys it's up to you guys. Whatever you want to talk about, we're going to do it. 2,000 kids missing in Maui. That's what? That's insane. Oh my God. That is absolutely insane. Hola, Miss Liza. Karen Klein, good to see you. Yeah, the Morin case. Okay. The cover up will be a dead end for sure, Tammy says. Okay. And Karen, I'm confused about Karen's story. It's different, that's for sure. That one really floated me when I was like, wow, this is crazy. Good point, Denise, and thank you for joining us. Wait a minute. What the heck? If that's your picture of you, Denise, you look like it, I thought that was Daryl Hannah for a minute from Splash, the actress from the 80s. That's why I had to look twice. Um, yeah, Rachel Morin's case is pretty wild for sure. FEMA was caught digging trenches to wonder why. That's crazy too. That's weird. Very weird. I also heard that they had cut the water off over there. Molly's been following that one over in Hawaii. Pretty hardcore. Thank you so much, Kim. That makes me beyond happy, guys. I'm trying. I know my energy level's down a little bit. It's been a rough couple of days, so please excuse that. I'm trying to pick myself up. I really am. Yeah, they cut the power, cell service, and the water. What is up with that? Okay, and we have 2,000 missing kids over there. This is turning into a true crime story rather than a horrific fire. Chapel Hill active shooter cases said people jumping out the windows. Good God. Open mind perspective. 2,000 missing kids. I know. I never heard that. I didn't know that. You didn't say nothing to me about that, Molly. I mean, you were saying, if you're still in here, you were saying that there was people that were coming up missing, but yeah, I can see the Sarah Jessica Parker thing. That's pretty wild. You absolutely do. Turtle Boy has brought. They cut the power, water, and blocked the road. Only road out. Yeah, I remember that. We talked about that. It's crazy. What is going on over there? Seriously, like, what is going on over there? This almost seems like it was done by design, folks. It's really, really crazy. Yeah, I've heard. Let me see something. A lot of people, Cassie, a lot of people are saying that something's wrong with that situation. Like I said, Molly's been on it for days, and I mean days. They called school off that day, so all the kids were. Oh my God. Are you serious? Wow. Now, let's check this. Details here and what could have started. Let's check this out and see what we think here, since we're talking about this a little bit. Let's see here. Mrs. Krampus, thank you so much for that. 1 second, folks. Another super sticker there. 1 second. Here we go. Thank you, Mrs. Krampus. I do appreciate you. Okay, let's check this out here real quick. Molly, if you wanna, we can talk about this a little bit. Because that caught my attention immediately when I heard there's 2,000 kids missing. This is insane. Oh yeah, Molly does have a channel. Molly Drake, you guys check it out. I've talked about it in here quite a bit. If you will, somebody please drop the link for Molly's channel. Again, 329 awesome people in here, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. FEMA got what? FEMA got caught trying to bury a lot of people that were killed due to the water situation and the lack of medical care and food. This is, oh my God, this is insane. And they were saying that they thought that it was done by these, well, it's like a laser type scenario. Well, this is stating something else, so who knows? Let's see what happens here. All right. There it is. Thank you, Heather. We got Miss Molly's link right there, guys, if you will check it out. I'm sorry, Annie. Okay. I do need to apologize for things though, because that is what I do. So, but I understand, and that's what I'm doing right now.
One of the wildfires in Maui earlier this month, Hawaiian Electric says its power line fell in high winds and started the morning fire on August 8th, but it denies claims from a lawsuit that it didn't turn off power lines despite a fire warning. The company says they were off for more than 6 hours before a second fire ignited that killed at least 115 people.
That's it? Really?
We are here tonight after being given a first-hand look at the devastation in Lahaina. We traveled by boat with two captains who answered the call that night. For the first time here, we see the images they captured of the raging fires and the heat they felt as they approached by water. Tonight, with more than 100 dead here and more than 1,000 missing, so many questions remain. Could the authorities have done more?
Tonight, the images we have.
Okay, you said to look up dew. Is that what you said? Let me check it. It's by design, DEW. Is that what it's called, Molly? What is that?
Because this is nuts. Like when you see this, you're just going to be like, breaking, it's going to break science. If you're a scientist and you understand anything about temperatures and melting points, what we're about to show you is going to change, in my opinion, the whole direction of this entire investigation from what I'm being led to believe, and it just makes logical sense, right?
Yeah, it's almost like there's an incinerator nearby and they just dropped the car off.
Right, so I'm going to turn the camera.
Is this what we're talking about, Molly? Thank you, Wishful Thinking. Congrats and welcome to the sauce. Good to have you here. This was a due operation to obtain very tony. Wow. Micro blue. No way. Okay, so does this... Okay, I'll fix the echo, I promise. I'm sorry about that. But is this what we're talking about here? Do I continue with this? What's up, Donna? Good to see you. Is this what? This... Okay. All right, here we go.
On what we're walking up on right now. I want you to notice there's a vehicle that's been here since the beginning. It wasn't dropped off here, obviously.
Look at the chair's not melted.
You can see here there's
it's sitting in the middle.
This is the highest the burn got. Right here. It did not cross the highway. If you look over here, this is the bypass. You can see none of that grass is burned over there. So start to draw some logical conclusions.
Oh, look at.
We're going to show you some more things as we're walking along here.
How did that not disappear? If
this melted, how did that cone not completely disappear? Because if you look at this vehicle, and I want you to notice the burn, the amount of grass, as you can see, that burned and the char marks. This car is basically completely surrounded by gravel, and you can see a small little flames right here when this grass burned. Yet when you turn and look right in this direction, besides seeing Dylan, my technical cameraman, you can see this car And for all you scientists out there that have been sending me images and you're asking me if they're real, I'm here to tell you, in Jesus' name, what we're showing you is real, live on YouTube. So if you enjoy content like this, we ask you to please immediately like this, share this, and subscribe to the channel. Why? Because you are our only hope of getting this out to the world through the YouTube algorithm. This is a tire that is gone. These are the braids of steel inside the tire. Look at this particular rim. Is it safe to say these are aluminum?
Look at the windshield. What's that?
Are these aluminum?
Yeah, that's cast aluminum wheels.
Cast aluminum wheel. You can see it melted.
And the windshield on the inside.
Look at the windshield. That is a windshield right there that is completely melted. We have some jumper cables in the back of the vehicle. We have some cast aluminum here that's pulverized.
Just dust.
How is that possible for a grass fire that did not come from this direction? Because you can see there's nothing that's been burned over here.
I'm going to be honest with you. That don't make no sense. At all. I was in fire service, folks. That makes 0 sense. That had to burn so hot. So hot. And you see how high the fire was from where the fire came from? That makes 0 sense.
What could cause that type of destruction when you have a grass fire on this side that obviously didn't connect? But even if it was a grass fire.
And it's still only half burned. I mean.
Yeah, you can see there's even some grass over here that's still standing. It's not even been burned. So even about down below, directly below this, you can see some wood fence posts that were burned, but you can see all that grass is still good. So how do you get this car this hot? In the comments section, I need to hear from you guys. Honestly, I need you to hear in the comments section. There's some smart people, and I'm not talking about, I'm talking about some intelligent people out there that understand physics, science, melting points, not the nonsense.
There had to have been an accelerant with this.
Just silence the nonsense for a moment. We need some real scientists, some real professors around the world to check in right now and help us understand what phenomenon, right?
Yeah, it's an anomaly or whatever you want to call that word.
Right, but this is just one vehicle. This is what we're seeing.
Yes,
Oh, there's the window down there in the middle.
Where's the window?
Down in the crack.
Oh, you can see the melted window down in the crack.
It just dripped down in there.
It's just dripped into the, you can see that. I don't know if the camera's picking that up for you.
Fire does not usually get this hot.
But I've had people reach out to me from around the world asking for these types of images, detailed images. And by the way, thankful that the sheriffs have left. We asked them if I've said, hey, if you guys love your country, allow us to come in here and grab these images. And they've left, and I'm so thankful. And I told the sheriff, said, hey, I'm thankful for you guys because you're sworn to protect the Constitution. You've got more power than anybody in the.
And thank God they left the area.
And thank God they left the area. Yeah, and we're so thankful that they did. They had these stern looks on their faces, man, because we're just like, what law prevents us from having access? Why can the media not have access to this? Why is there a fence? Why are there checkpoints? This is melted copper.
Yeah,
these are the jumper
so
cables.
what people are familiar with seeing, this is how hot it got. This literally destroyed metal, and I mean the spring had no integrity at all. It was just no resistance.
You can see this. What do you think this is? Is this the tranny?
Wow.
What is that?
The aluminum?
Yeah.
I don't know. They maybe it had an aluminum gas tank.
But look at all this. Came all the way out here.
Yeah, that's not just heating and melting. That's liquefying, which is
liquefying. That's a whole nother level.
Probably like 1,500 to 2,000 degrees. Look,
So,
that looks like a cell phone.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What do you guys think? Talk to me. Share the video. Call Joe Rogan. Right?
Yeah.
Somebody call somebody with way more social media clout than I have. And we're not. The Rock. Where's The Rock at? Where's the PGA at? Where's the people at? Where are the people that love this country? They're going to help us solve this mystery and are going to allow us to have access to what they're doing over there. There's still a TFR, temporary flight restriction, still in place to this day. We cannot fly a drone over that. We've been in touch with the.
Okay, understand something, you guys. A grass fire does not get hot enough to do that. And I don't care how much of it's burning.
It's not a joke.
I've never seen anything burn like that just from that. On hundreds of grass fires, but
Hello.
what's up, sis?
Hey, you know you're a firefighter, right? So you have a lot of experience.
Right.
And you know how it burns, correct? You know the
Yeah.
degree.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you heard of thermite?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you know the degree for thermite.
Not off the top of my head, but yeah.
Okay, but yeah, okay. What's going on here is directed energy weapons are being used.
Well,
I've
heard that. I've heard that.
Okay, they had the fires in North California, correct? And
Yeah.
this is what happened. This is the same exact scenario we're seeing here right now.
Okay, no, real quick, no, Borg, gas will not like that. What he just showed you, where he crumbled that in his, no, it doesn't burn that way.
Okay, now listen. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a researcher. That is what I do. I have books on directed energy weapons. I have all my research. What is going on here is part of their agenda. It's part of the 2030. It used to be Agenda 21, okay? It's by the UN. It's by design. It's from the government. Chemtrails, all that you see up in the sky, all those crisscross crap that you see up there, that is chemtrails. That is strontium, aluminum, and barium that they are spraying upon the land. It burns hotter, just below the degree of thermite. This is why we see it burnt like that. Have you ever seen this in your life, guys? Come on, wake up.
Well,
Dago, I'm trying to get you guys to understand everything that's happening is by design.
I've seen fire burn blue. Okay, when it burned, and it was a chemical fire that was, it was a storage facility where people were storing like their race cars and boats and things like that. There was a lot of jet fuel and things like that. Okay. Good to see you, Lydia. And as we were approaching the fire, you could see it up in the air above the facility, and it was blue flame. And we were like, holy shit, that's hot. Okay.
Yep.
So we're like, we get to this fire, we can't put it out. And it was a combination of what they consider rocket fuel,
right,
nitrous oxide, and other things like that that had melded together in a sense because of the explosion, and it burnt. We couldn't put it out. We had to dump foam on it eventually. Okay. So that smothers it, and it's done. Water wasn't doing it. That's all there was to it. And that's the only thing I've ever seen burn hot enough to do something like this.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that it's the only thing that could do this. I'm saying it's the only thing I've ever seen do something like this. But there have been talks about this with this direct energy weapon that is judgmental, saying lasers don't burn blue, hence things up. Or that's not what I'm saying.
You see the flame when they show this live. The flame is completely different than a normal looking flame.
Right.
It burns almost opaque looking, which is a lot hotter than your normal fire. That's done by design.
Yeah, things don't disintegrate in fire, folks.
No.
Like metal does not disintegrate in fire, folks. It burns. It'll burn and burn and burn and burn and burn, right? And it'll be black. It don't disintegrate. That's the problem.
That's right.
So whatever that is, the degree, she's talking about thermite and stuff like that. The degree. Okay, here we go. Kristen, where's it at? That's a good point there. Kristen, oh my God, I don't want to butcher your last name. I want Chiki. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kristen or Christine.
Whomever else is well versed in this, you're more than welcome to come up on panel and we can have a discussion because this is important. You don't understand. This is our future. They're doing this on purpose because they want us to be cold and to a herd. You know, they want us in these mega cities, stack and pack places, and everybody be controlled. They don't want us on the land anymore. They want to use that for their reasons, nefarious reasons.
Where did it go? I did like a controlled chemical burning and accidentally got to the car. I mean, it kind of does, but it has to be. You don't understand, Whip, how hot it has to be to disintegrate metal.
Just under thermite. Go research thermite, which they say is what was used in the 9/11. And you can see it. If you go back and watch it, you'll learn what really went down. God rest all their souls.
This is what has been being talked about lately.
Smart cities. That's it. You're correct. Smart cities. That's why everything's being rewired. Why do you think they're putting cameras in everything in your homes so they can spy on you all the time? We're moving into like China, where we're going to be watched. Cryptocurrency, people. We're not going to have cash pretty soon. We're all going to have a credit score just like China. It's all in the UN. They have a big old book. You can go read it. It's a lot. I'm telling you, it's a lot. But you're going to learn the truth, and you won't turn back. After you find out, you will not turn back. You know your government is not your friend.
The Department of Defense spends about $1 billion annually developing directed energy weapons, such as.
That's correct.
This
magnesium
is what
does
they've been talking about.
Yep. And they manipulate our weather. They manipulate our weather. Our hurricanes are manipulated. Storms. All of it. They're learning how to do the tornadoes now. It's all there.
Well, again, this is what has been being talked about. This right
now. Look it. Pentagon. Yep, there it is.
Or destroy their targets at the speed of light. For example, DoD has developed high-energy lasers that have successfully shot down drones, but speed isn't their only advantage. They're also less expensive per use than traditional weapons like guns and missiles. Despite those potential advantages, DoD has had trouble getting these technologies out of the lab and into service. The Army has developed a detailed transition plan to support moving these weapons into the next stages of development. We recommended that the Navy and the Air Force develop similar plans.
Yeah, look at. Uh-oh. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot about this being talked about right now.
They have a really mega one down in the South Pole.
Yeah. They were saying it's kind of like a giant telescope, but it does this too. So
yeah. And then the we'll stay on the subject for right now, but there's so much we could talk about.
Yeah, these are
sad.
The $13.3 billion USS Gerald.
This is one that was sent to me not too long ago to look at. Just out of whatever, but it's interesting.
Our Ford is the largest and most expensive warship ever to sail. It boasts a sprawling 5-acre flight deck and new technologies aimed at making it and carriers like it the world's most powerful. Well into 2050 and beyond. The vessel holds 4 squadrons of fighters on board and a bevy of support and tactical aircraft, more than 60 planes in all, though it can accommodate as many as 90. The USS Ford stands more than 9 stories above the waterline and weighs 97,000 tons. That's 32,000 tons heavier than the largest battleships of World War II. But big doesn't mean slow. Powered by a pair of advanced A-1B nuclear reactors, the ship has nearly 3 times the power of America's existing supercarriers.
about 300 megawatts of electrical power in all, according to the Navy. Seeing it on the water is like watching a New York City block cruise past at 34 miles per hour. But new anti-ship missiles from China, some capable of maneuvering at hypersonic speeds above Mach 5, threaten to render the USS Ford and the Navy's entire Pacific Fleet obsolete. A sobering report from the Congressional Research Service, updated in August 2022, points to concerns about the survivability of Navy surface ships in potential combat situations.
I promise I'm showing this for a reason. That's getting to something. Just hold on.
Yeah. Yep.
Against adversaries, such as China, that are armed with large numbers of UAVs and anti-ship missiles, including advanced models. China has aggressively scaled the size of its naval fleet in the past decade and has developed several anti-ship weapons, including highly maneuverable hypersonic missiles capable of reaching Mach 10. China isn't hiding the fact that those weapons are intended to repel American ships. The USS Ford and ships like it have a battery of anti-missile defenses, but none are capable of protecting it in a prolonged battle against China's latest weapons. To maintain dominance in the Pacific, to just keep its ships afloat, the Navy is going all in on a new technology that has remained out of reach for decades: the laser. The benefits are tantalizing. Powered by a large fuel source, the Ford's hulking nuclear reactors fit the bill. Lasers fire at the speed of light, negating the speed of hypersonic weapons. They can reload quickly to fend off swarms of drones, and they don't require stores of ammunition, giving ships nearly unlimited firing opportunities. In 2021, the Biden administration formed a Pentagon task force to assess the threat posed by China's rapid naval expansion. 1 year later, based on the task force's findings, the Department of Defense declared China as America's most consequential strategic competitor.
Yep,
China
keep that
now
in
has a fleet
mind.
of more than 770 naval Coast Guard and other military vessels. That's more than twice the size of America's fleet. And it's concentrated almost entirely in the Pacific, whereas the US fleet is dispersed between the Atlantic and Pacific regions. China's strength is also bolstered by an arsenal of advanced anti-ship weapons, which it can launch from ground bases, warships, and aircraft. The most potent are its long-range missiles like the DF-21D and DF-26, but the most fearsome is the DF-ZF, a hypersonic missile that can reportedly reach speeds of Mach 10 and attack from more than 1,500 miles away. China's hypersonic weapons aren't the only threats. Carrier commanders have long understood their vulnerability to batteries of anti-ship cruise missiles. When fired in high numbers, the weapons can overwhelm a ship's defenses. Swarms of relatively cheap, long-range suicide drones could cripple a carrier group just as easily. Replace airplanes for drones and high-speed missiles, and the Navy's predicament becomes clear. Its largest carriers and most heavily armed destroyers aren't equipped to defend against throngs of invaders descending from the air. Today, the USS Gerald R. Ford sails with what's called a carrier strike group, an armada of 10 or more cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, and sometimes a submarine or two. At least 2 of those vessels specialize in air defense, usually Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. These ships provide the first layer of protection against enemy attacks using powerful onboard radars to detect targets more than 200 miles away. The ships are armed with surface-to-air missiles and the Navy's Phalanx Sea-Whiz close-in weapon system, which operates a radar-controlled 20mm 6-barrel Gatling cannons that fire 4,500 rounds per minute. All told, a carrier strike group has enough hardware to intercept dozens of inbound missiles from as far away as 200 miles. But it becomes defenseless as soon as the ships run out of interceptors to fire, which must be stored and then restocked after the battle. Some munitions can be replenished at sea, while missiles must be resupplied back at port. The Pentagon calls this a depth of magazine problem, something enemies can exploit with swarming attacks. The Pentagon believes that powerful lasers are the best defense against swarming drones.
This is what we're talking about. These lasers that they keep talking about. Okay. This is where the issue lies, because they've taken our weapons that we've had and very quietly have turned them into these things, as you're seeing, that are causing, you'll see.
Unlike blasters in Star Wars, laser beams don't explode when they hit a target. Instead, they deliver intense heat. At lower power output, lasers can confuse the optical sensors on a drone, increase the power, and
the
a laser will burn a hole through it. Essentially, lasers turn energy into ammo. Powered by nuclear reactors, like those on the USS Ford, they can potentially fire thousands or even tens of thousands of times at incoming munitions. And because laser beams travel at the speed of light, lasers can track and target unpredictable weapons like China's hypersonic DF-ZF better than conventional missiles. Gunners won't have to lead a target and anticipate its location the way they do currently. The Pentagon wants it low cost too. The Congressional Research Service estimates that firing a high-powered laser will cost somewhere between $1 and $10, just a fraction of the $1 million.
Are you paying attention?
Defensive missiles cost. Using million-dollar missiles to fight off swarms of relatively cheap enemy drones or cruise missiles is what those analysts call a negative cost exchange ratio. In 2014, the Navy installed the first laser on a ship for sea trials. Fitted forward on the deck of the amphib transport ship, the USS Ponce. The 33 kilowatt ANSEC 3 laser weapon system, LAWS, has a short, round firing tube painted white. Two smaller tubes for sensors rest on the shoulders. To an untrained eye, it looked like an amateur astronomer's telescope, but even this early, low-power version delivered striking firepower.
Yes.
A second, stronger laser entered trials in 2019. Then, in August 2022, the Navy installed its first permanent laser on a destroyer, the Arleigh Burke class Preble. Developed by Lockheed Martin, the weapon has a 60 kilowatt power output that integrates with the ship's advanced Aegis radar and weapons control system. The Navy calls it Helios, or high-energy laser with integrated optical dazzler and surveillance system. Later versions could be even more powerful. Lockheed Martin says the weapon could eventually scale to 150 kilowatts. But even at that strength, it will be most useful against drones and small surface ships. To stop a barrage of cruise missiles or a hypersonic weapon barreling toward the USS Ford at Mach 5 or faster, the Navy needs something much more powerful. To thwart cruise missiles, the Navy estimates that it needs at least a 300 kilowatt laser. In addition to the size and speed of those missiles, their nose cones are made out of such materials as pyrolytic graphite or pyroceram ceramics, designed to withstand the high heat inherent to supersonic flight, which can top 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Lasers will have to fire with enough intensity to rapidly burn through those heat-resistant substances. They also need enough power to overcome the effect of atmospheric turbulence on the laser. Finally, they require quick identification of the precise target point on an inbound missile traveling at 1 mile per second to take it out. That weapon appears to be on the way. The Navy plans to begin testing a 300 kilowatt weapon as early as next year and calls the experimental weapon HELCAP for High Energy Laser Counter ASCM program. A 2020 photo taken of a wallboard behind Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Michael Gilden appears to show that the HELCAP test bed will be based on the Navy's existing ANSEC 4 optical dazzler interdictor system, which is already being fielded on some destroyers. If successful, the platform will be the Navy's first laser capable of shooting down incoming anti-ship cruise missiles. Even HELCAP won't be enough to stop hypersonic missiles flying at speeds up to Mach 10. Those weapons are manufactured to withstand temperatures of 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit or hotter. The Pentagon believes it may take a 1 megawatt laser, more than 3 times the power of HELCAP, to stop them. But megawatt class lasers may not be too far off either. The Navy awarded a contract to Northrop Grumman to develop such a laser. And in July 2022, the company completed a preliminary design of a high-energy laser that combines several laser beams into one powerful ray. For the Pentagon, which has billions invested in aircraft carriers, that technology can't arrive soon enough. Given the rapid emergence of China's anti-ship weapons, warships like the USS Ford are more vulnerable than they have been in 80 years. The fate of the world's most powerful navy could be decided by a single, well-aimed hypersonic shot. But no matter how fast or powerful anti-ship missiles become, the Navy hopes its futuristic lasers can burn them out of the sky for less than the cost of a cup of coffee. What do you think of the powerful lasers on the new Ford-class aircraft carriers?
So that's just giving you a little look as to what they're saying when they're saying direct energy weapons. Yeah, I know that. So if there's somebody said something about a message or a comment being deleted,
Please, yeah, don't delete. Let everybody has an opinion. I'm
I
reading
don't
them.
know where they're. I didn't see one
But
deleted. But
I'm gonna say this about the political party stuff. It doesn't
well,
matter. I'm not associated with any political party. I'm conservative and I have an open mind and I do
but
my research. And I
we're
suggest
also
everybody
not.
else do the same.
We're also not. We don't talk politics in here, guys.
Mm-mm.
So we're not going to do
No.
that because that has a tendency to cause
It's
people to.
yeah.
That was out of I think it was in Virginia. Cheek.
Yeah, I believe
Sheet.
so.
Okay, now this is what the stuff that I've had a lot of links sent to me on this. Okay. Hold on a minute. Where'd it go? This is from 2 days ago.
Realestate.org, I'm coming to you live from Kaanapali. A fire just broke out here. As you can see, we're on scene with firefighters. Air 1 is in the sky. This is right behind the Lanikeha neighborhood, Kaanapali Golf Estates. I'm looking down directly at Kaanapali, the hotels, Lanai in the distance. I've heard this is about a 5 to 10 acre brush fire, but directly behind a residential area. As you can see, those are homes right down here. This is a vacant lot. You can see homeowners are down there spraying with their water hoses, their lawns. You can see we have an engine down below firing off water. The sirens just went off about 10 minutes ago. Electricity has been turned off at the homes, and we've been told to evacuate. It appears they have it under control, but this is definitely interesting. I already talked to the Fire Research Institute, a man on site. He says they don't know, obviously, the cause of the fire at this moment, but this is definitely very concerning. There is no fire to the left of this road right here. This is an old cane road. Lahaina town is that direction right there. But this is very interesting and disturbing and concerning and all kinds of different things. As you can tell, we have 5G restored. If you're new to the channel, obviously we've been reporting from the ground lives daily, every day from Maui. Maui LFG is the name of our organization. Go to mauilfg.org if you have a resource that you'd like to provide to the town of Lahaina, the west side of Maui. If you need help, you can also register as you need help on mauilfg.org. If you want to support the on-the-ground reporting that we're trying to bring you the truth of what's happening here on Maui as it happens, please give to lahainafirefund.com. Every penny goes back into the hands of the victims of this tragedy and the ongoing craziness known as Maui fires. Again, the fire started somewhere over here. It ends about where that fire truck is, roughly. So it started somewhere around this ditch. They just replaced all these power lines recently because many of these were down. I was riding my dirt bike here a few days ago. So I don't know if it's related to anything to do with power repair, but you can see the fire definitely is only on this side of the on the right side of the road. Right now there's a bulldozer that's filling in the area where the fire probably originated, and I'm sure that's part of the fire, putting out the fire efforts. But you would think they'd have some kind of arson investigation happening right at the origination of the fire to see, is there an incendiary device, was there gasoline? But I believe that those D8s or whatever those Caterpillar yellow irons are, they're covering up whatever evidence there may be. But I'd like to get to the center of this. I just talked to the LRI, the Fire Research Institute gentleman that was on site, asked him if he knew the origin of the fire. He said he did not. But it seems like we need to figure this one out. If there's an arson on the island that's causing these.
Dago.
Yes.
Okay. We are discussing this because this is crimes against humanity. This is part of crime talk. This is very important.
We're looking
that
into
discuss.
This because
people
it's crazy.
Died. People have died. And guess who's paying for all this? We, the people, are paying into these companies like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin and the Air Force. We pay into that. And they're doing this against us. It's a crime against humanity. Okay.
Right. And again, like I said, I just don't. The only reason why I don't like political conversations is because a lot of times they turn into disagreements, and I don't want you guys disagreeing with each other and then getting upset with each other. That's all. We're looking at this missing. There's missing children and things like that. So that's what we're looking into, guys.
Yep.
That's all. That's all. And we can move on to another discussion here in a little bit. But this is just something that needed to be looked at because a lot of people don't know about this. I didn't know a lot about this. You know what I'm saying? And the biggest thing is the missing children. That is like nauseating me. So that's what it's about. Like I said, I don't want any kind of right wing, left wing, up wing, down wing, any stuff like that talked about, guys, because I don't want anybody getting upset with each other.
I have many who are in the military, and I've had my children come back from tours and have told me a completely different story of what's really going on. And it is scary. It is very scary.
A lot of it, yes. A lot of it is. I agree with that. But this is what this guy brings us, the real stuff. The news, of course, we know mainstream media, how that works, guys. So I'm not even going to get into that. But
there you go.
This is real.
Fires. We need to do patrols around these fields at night or something.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? So in the comments section, let me know what you think about this. Hold camera horizontal. Shoot vid. Station may be interested. I got to start the live all over again. I can't. KITV is asking me to change my orientation. I'm shooting it horizontal, not vertical. Sorry, KITV. Best I can do at the moment. I can't believe I've actually got enough 5G connection to do that. So that's actually a good update. Looks like 5G could be working again here on Maui. If you're just tuning in, this is a fire that just broke out on the west side of Maui, right above the Kanapali neighborhood, known as, this is the summit right here. This neighborhood's known as the summit. Lani Keha is that direction. This is the Pu'u that's located right behind the community clubhouse. The community clubhouse to Lani Keha would be just over this hump. And then this is the dead end cul-de-sac on the upper neighborhood. No, I'm sorry, this is the Pinnacle. My apologies. This is the Pinnacle neighborhood. Sorry, I got turned around. So I'm at the Pinnacle up on Apali Gulf Estates in a neighborhood called the Pinnacle. And this is the top neighborhood of the Pinnacle. My apologies, I thought it was the summit, but it took me a second to figure out where I am. Obviously, I rushed over here as soon as I could on my KTM. Get back to the scene. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the camera the other direction so I can focus in on what's happening here. Thank you for your patience with the technology, but if you're just tuning in and you weren't in the last live, I'm here in Ka'anapali, which is just north of Lahaina. And there was a fire that broke out about a half hour or so ago. We've got firemen on the scene. Air One is dumping water on this as we speak. The sirens went off, the power was cut, and we were evacuated from our neighborhood. And there's a lot of people that are very concerned. I'm located right behind the Pinnacle neighborhood. Pinnacle is at the very top of Kaanapali Golf Estates, just mountainside or Mauka side of the hotels in Kaanapali. Those same hotels are where they're housing the refugees from this fire. So the Hyatt, where everyone's staying, is basically right there. So this fire has broken out right above where the majority of the refugees are staying from the fire. The cause of the fire is obviously unknown. And the fire is only on the right side of this road right here. There's no fire to the left. So the fire started and originated somewhere over here where there's a D8 Caterpillar yellow iron covering up all the dirt and filling in that big ditch right there. I don't know why they're not doing some kind of investigation. I just talked to the FRI Fire Research Institute officer that was on site. I asked him what's the cause of the fire. He said he did not know. But you would think they'd be out here checking for incendiary liquids or gasoline, or if there's in fact an arson that is running around Maui starting fires. We don't know the answer to that, but it seems awfully unusual that a fire would just combust on its own here in the middle of a normal temperature day on Maui. As you know, our temperatures don't really range much between, it's 82 and 90 in the summer. We don't get like 115 degrees. So what would cause a fire to break out right here in this ditch? As you can see, there's power lines to the left, right? But I think they were repaired. Many of these power lines were knocked over and have been since repaired. But I don't see any evidence of power lines in this ditch. But this is where this fire just started. So the question I'm posing to you is, what the hell caused this fire right now, scaring the heck out of everybody in this neighborhood? The good news is we have Air One that's flying. It was not able to fly during the Lahaina fire, I am assuming because the winds were too strong. We just have a normal breezy day today. As you can see, we got some air support dousing out this field. But we are right above some very nice neighborhoods known as Lani Keha, Kaanapali Golf Estates, the Summit. Pinnacle is the neighborhood that's right here below me. You can see how close it got. You can see this police officer and this homeowner. He was out there spraying his yard, but literally it caught this lot right here, which is an empty lot. It was actually on the market a few years ago. I'm a real estate agent here, so I kind of know. I showed this one once. But you can see how close it got to these homes right here. And you can see it went down this gulch right here behind this home. That to the left, that is a pile of rocks known as a pu'u, the community center for the Lani Keha the Lani Keha neighborhood is right above or right below that pu'u, that pile of rocks. So just to orientate yourself, and you can see we've got firemen on the ground that are fighting this fire and hopefully putting it out so the neighbors can rest easy. But I'm not so sure about resting easy on Maui anymore. Fires are just spontaneously combusting everywhere. That's scary, especially in light of what.
Dago, Robert, my prayers to you and sorry for your loss.
I was just getting ready to do the same thing.
Yes, hon.
I hope you have the best day you can possibly today, Robert. And again, my condolences, my friend. You're in all of our thoughts.
Yes. Thank you.
We just witnessed and are seeing and enduring here. I don't know if Maui can take any more fires. I'm certainly very thankful that the fire department is on site, taking care of business. I honor and thank the firemen for their efforts and what appears to be a successful extinguishing of this fire. But this is scary. This is too close to home. This is a little bit unusual. And we want answers. If you're new to the channel, please do me a favor, like, share, and subscribe the videos. Go back and watch the videos. I've been covering the Lahaina fire since it started with a Starlink in the back of my truck. Today is the first time I've been able to go live on a normal T-Mobile connection, which is super amazing. I don't know if the video quality of the audio is any good, but please visit our website, maui.lfg.org, so that you can become part of the solution. If you have resources to offer, please register as a resource. If you need help, register as someone that needs help. If you want to give to our little cause here, our goal is to raise $808,000 for the 808. Give all the money directly back to the survivors. We're doing survivor videos every day. Matter of fact, I was in the middle of shooting a survivor video while this fire broke out. Talking to Tonga, I said, a gentleman from Tonga that his family, unfortunately, 3 perished in that fire and were in their car in Lahaina Luna. And one of them was a minor. And we were in the middle of that interview and we were notified we had to basically evacuate. The sirens went off. My wife received some kind of a text message. I don't know if it was from a friend or from a public authority, but ultimately we're in the middle of doing that survivor interview. And my survivor interviews are about bringing awareness to the truth of what's going on here, but also so you can give directly into their GoFundMes, give directly into their Venmos. So all the questions of where's the money going will go away. So if you give it to the Red Cross, not recommended. Watch my videos and give it directly to the people that I'll be interviewing for some time now, because obviously the need is great. Everybody lost everything. And I believe with a direct connection, we bypass the middleman and we give the money right to the people. We're also in the process of starting or suggesting to the world that we start something called Buy Back Lahaina, which is where the world gives to pay off all the mortgages. Because ultimately, if you think about it, these people still need to make payments on their mortgages, and the bank will take that land back if they don't continue paying the mortgages. So let's buy back Lahaina. Somebody out there that's got way more clout, reach, pull, notoriety, celebrity, gift, talents, musicians, start it right now and start to raise money to pay off every one of those mortgages, every building, every lot, so that the people own the land. That is the next step, I believe, in the strategy to fight whatever it is that's come upon us. If these are all acts of nature, I'm not even going to say God, because God wouldn't do this. If these are acts of nature, so be it. We still need to fight. If this is an act of a nefarious organization, we need to find out who they are and fight it. If this is just blatant, ineptitude or lack of skill or ability, or even if it is, there is liability and there will be accountability, but I'm not looking for a scapegoat here. I'm looking for answers. I'm looking for the truth, and I'm looking for solutions for the people of Lahaina so we can put money in their pocket. Cash is king. I've talked to a lot of people that have survived Katrina and other tragedies and fires and Paradise and Campfire, and guess what? They don't get any cash. Cash is king. It's what these people need to rebuild their lives. So let's get cash in their pocket. If you agree, thumb up the video, share, like, and subscribe, and pull just a little bit of money out of your pocket. If every single person on this video right now gave, let's just say, $5. I don't know how many views this thing's going to get. 100,000, 300,000, 50,000, whatever. If each and every one of you gave $5 to the family I interviewed last night, the Akawili family, and I have a video of their son, Justin, saving an elderly couple. If each and every one of you just gave it $5, imagine their life would be changed. It would be restored. And $5 is not that much money, but guess what's actually going to happen? 1% of you is actually going to give. 1%. That's what's going to happen. Those are the numbers. Well, what's wrong with 100%? What's wrong with each and every one of you pulling out $5 today instead of going to Starbucks, instead of going to Chick-fil-A, instead of going to the movies tonight? $5, is it going to kill you? I don't think so. For some of you, it's 500. For some of you, it's 5,000. For some of you, it's 50,000. Each give according to their need, according to their ability, I should say. But at a minimum, we need 100% participation. 100%. Maui deserves no less. All right, we've graduated from the garden hose to the fire hose.
Jago, don't eat the corn is right.
Why?
Because it's GMO, genetically modified, and it has other. Let her explain it to you. Anyway, I watched Dutch Stein too. Van Life. She knows all about it. I watched Dutch too. You know, the earthquake guy. He's awesome. I've been watching him for years too.
Right. Anyway, this was just one, guys.
See, GMOs, never eat them. They're genetically modified. It's poison. It's not good for your body. It's what makes you sick. It's what it breaks down your system, your internal system.
Well, we get our corn on the cob from a farm out here of people that we know. They have
Good,
their own.
good. That's it. Go to the farmers markets. Grow your own. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't eat canned corn or none of that shit. There's no way in hell. Sorry.
Now I'm going to ask you this. Is there any way possible we can maybe dedicate a day like this to these kind of subjects? A lot of people are interested in this
Yeah, we can.
because it's important that we.
Well, we're doing it right now, but yeah, we can do one thing, a whole thing.
Hey, aloha guys, Eric West here, HawaiiRealEstate.org. Welcome back to the channel. I'm coming to you live right now from the island of Maui. I'm here with Lonnie. She recently survived this fire, and she's here to tell her story, specifically what happened on that day, what she's experienced then, some of the hardships that she's had. And this is a lady that has been born and raised on the island of Maui. She's 50% Hawaiian and is currently enduring the aftermath of this nightmare. And so I'm just going to let you talk. Tell us a little bit about who you are and your background.
Yeah.
What do you do?
My name is Lonnie Denise. I worked at Puamana Community, which is down the road. And that day I was working and the streets, like, to get out. I think I left there about 3:30, and trying to get out of there was like so crazy. We were like rats following each other, and the roads are blocked. And I'm not blaming the police or anybody. It's just, it was chaos. But people got to understand the winds were so high and trees were falling. I mean, phone lines, electrical lines, and everybody was blocked off. From Puamana, you usually can go left.
So if you look at Puamana is about a 20-acre property on the very southern edge of Lahaina town. It's a gated townhome community right on the ocean. When you leave the gate at Puamana, you can take a quick right. That's the very end of Front Street, the southern end of Front Street.
Correct.
You can take a right, and you can take a right on the highway within a few yards, literally. And so,
but it was blocked.
So you're saying when you came out of Puamana at 4 or 4:30, something like that,
it was actually at 3:30.
3:30, I'm sorry. You couldn't just go on the highway and go to the right. You couldn't just escape to the south. So when you left Puamana, which direction were you?
We went and took a right, and I had another worker following me.
So you're coming out of the gate at Puamana, and you took a right to go to the highway.
Oh, sorry, but then it's all blocked off.
Okay.
So we turn into that, I don't know what the name of that street is right ahead of us. But then trees were down. So we turned around again and went back onto Front Street. And we thought, oh, okay, good. We'll try to get to the bypass. But we ended up by Safeway because, again, everything was blocked off. Every street, there were either roofs on the ground, telephone poles. I mean, it was crazy. I actually felt scared for the police that were on the road trying to direct traffic. And I kind of still wonder about them because the smoke was just insane. By the time I got back to Puamana, it was already maybe 4:40, and it looked even worse. And the smoke just to get out of there, I couldn't believe. And people just don't understand unless you were there. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying anything. I'm glad people are helping, the people with homes and stuff, but all of us are suffering. I don't have a job, we all kind of live paycheck to paycheck. And it's not just me, it's like a bunch of us, locals and, mainlanders. It's all of us. But, that whole day was just a devastating, traumatic experience that we're all still going through.
So when you left Puamana, you said you ended up at Safeway. Did you get to Safeway on the highway, or did you get to Safeway going through town?
Going through the town. We were all directed to go on Front Street.
So you couldn't go on the highway at all, left or right?
And we wouldn't have been able to because we tried to turn up, right there when you get out of Safeway. Already there was a pole down. There was wires all over the place. I mean,
I'm just curious what was right in front of Puamana Park, because Puamana Park is closed, as we know, for whatever. that would be the quickest escape route. When you're leaving Puamana, you're on the south end of town. The fire is towards the north. Could you see what was to the south on the highway, right before where Puamana Park is? Was there a reason why cars couldn't take a right and just go to Kihei right there?
I have no clue. All I know is everything was blocked off, and it's just sad. You know, most of the people like didn't get out, and I seen what it was like. My friend, like I got out and I followed a truck to get out of Puamana. He went through the cones and knocked it down, and I ended up following him. And I keep thinking if I didn't follow him, and then when the phone started working, my friend was still in Puamana. I said, you need to get out of there. The fire is going to come down so fast. Already it's like smoke everywhere. And it took her 2.5 hours just to get to Haiku.
Wow. So how did you finally escape? Were you able to escape towards the south or towards the north? How did you get out of danger?
Okay, we came back to Puamana. I went into Puamana. I didn't see anybody. And when I ended up taking that right. Like I said, I followed a truck. He went out and he went through the cones.
So you ended up leaving to the right, to the south on the highway.
Anyways, and there was no cars.
There was nobody.
No cars. Just me and that truck following each. I was following him.
There was nobody exiting Lahaina to the south on that highway that borders. Nobody.
Like I said, I made it home from there to Kahului in 35 minutes. And my friend, like I said, if I didn't tell her to turn there, I mean, she probably would have been, you know, because we're trying to follow instructions and follow the rules, what people tell you to do. Okay, don't come down here, don't come there. So you're only doing, and everything's blocked off with cones or that orange. Yeah, so.
Did you see, I've heard other eyewitness accounts say that there was cop cars that were blocking the streets. What were they using to block the streets?
That's why I don't know what they were doing, like why they were blocked like that. If you went looking up Lahaina Luna Road, like in the middle of that intersection, there was like cop cars blocking there. So you couldn't go up that road at all. And it was just too much smoke coming down anyway. So I get it. But it just was crazy. Like, I'm glad we got out of it, and I'm glad I have a home to go to, but I feel bad for all the other people that don't have nothing, you know, and they're trying to start and everything.
So again, this is what has been being talked about, guys, is that the roads were blocked. People were, you know, the water was shut off. Hold on a minute.
Cell phones, the Wi-Fi, all that was cut off.
Everything was down, every bit of it, which, you know, some of it can be understood, but the water being turned off made no sense to me from my perspective. Okay.
Electric too was being shut off.
Well, the electricity is turned off when there's a fire. I understand that, but you can't do it everywhere. Okay. That's the problem. You have to have electricity to run certain things, and Molly had sent me emails on this, so here we are.
Molly really wants to get onto this topic.
I know
her. She's awesome. She's very well educated on all this.
Okay, so she put a video out in regards to this thing. Okay, and I'm gonna show it to you guys, and you guys can go check her channel out. I know some people have left. Obviously, not everybody's interested in this, and I'm not sticking on this complete subject the whole day, guys. I'm just touching on little things here and there on it. But this is Molly's Molly's video from her channel, Molly Drake. Please check it out. And it's in regards to the blue laser scenario. It says Lahaina, why the blue? You tell me what the hell that just was. Okay? Tell me what that just was. Watch it again. Great video, by the way, as always, Molly.
Yes.
Let me back it up for a minute so you guys can watch. It was quiet, peaceful, calm, dark. Nothing. There's nothing going on. Fire is not blue, folks. Not like that. Okay?
Nope.
But what is this?
Looks like a bomb went off. Look, look, pay attention.
That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like a bomb, like an H bomb dropped, and boom, this is what's left. It's sad.
Yep. And then one lone house sitting there.
Right.
Why?
How does that even happen?
Yeah, explain it.
Look behind you. Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across?
Wow. Oh. Whoa, what was that?
It's showing that anything that's the color blue doesn't burn.
Right. Exactly.
See the box? And the paper.
Oh, whoa.
That's definitely weird.
Oh, that's the laser.
Right. So that's why the people are saying, thank you, Molly. That's awesome. So that's why they were saying that people that have blue roofs on their houses, those houses are the ones that aren't burning.
Right.
Which is, yes, it's conspiracy, folks, but it's
reality, actually, people. It's reality.
Well, isn't it, in your opinion, it's reality. We have to make sure we're saying that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
I would also like to suggest something. This is very important to everybody's health. You need to start taking vitamins. Read your box. Make sure the ingredients are natural, no GMO. But you need to start putting magnesium into your body, B12, calcium. Your body is going to need it here on out. Elderberry is another good one, yes. Do your research, but you need to get vitamins into your body. We're going into some perilous times.
This is true too, though.
Zinc. There's another one.
That what he's saying right here, this is actually really true too. Okay? There's a lot of weather modification happening that people are not aware of. It's causing many of these conditions or bad wildfires, which is a fact. Canada, for instance, big bad issue over there with that. So it could be a combination of different things. You just have to look at it all, okay, and keep an open mind about everything. That's all.
Yes. The zinc, yes, you have to use zinc with the vitamin D because it won't absorb correctly unless you use the two together. That's correct. I have fibromyalgia and I was on 7 different medications and I wasn't getting any better. So I had a conversation with my doctor. She helped me come off of them and I'm doing everything natural. And I feel so much better. I can get out of bed, I could do things. I have more energy. So anybody who is living with illnesses, it's important you take care of your health and you eat right
Wait a
and
minute.
drink
What?
plenty of water.
What are you talking about here, Fupa?
Where?
My buprenorphine and naloxone can help treat COVID. What?
What do you say?
Suboxone?
Yeah.
Treat COVID?
Yeah, Suboxone, that's the stuff that they use for opiate use when people were.
I know what it is, but since when does it treat COVID?
Yeah, that's great. Aluminum. Make sure you stay away from aluminum because aluminum causes dementia.
Yeah, I've known that for years, right?
They put that in a lot of medicine.
They're using Suboxone
Lithium.
for
Lithium.
COVID.
Anything with lithium, don't use it.
Wow.
Don't take it.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, look at this. This is one of those fires. You'd see the melted aluminum. It turned to liquid, folks. Liquid. It's very sad. Yeah, Molly, we can look into doing this for a day, you know.
It would be awesome.
Both of you guys are talking about it. We can look into doing a
alive. Look at that.
One whole day.
Oh my.
What are we looking at? Are you doing?
I know. Look at Molly's excited, just like I am. Woohoo!
Yes, we will make one day a week out of this. Okay. No worries.
Important. It's important.
It is
to wake
just to
up.
keep up to date. If nothing else, it just keeps you up to what's going on around you. However you take it is how you take it. You know what I mean?
Everything is there. Just research it. It's on YouTube. It's on Google. It's there. Just put in the title and you'll see.
Yeah.
The same with the UN. It's talked about on the on YouTube as well. And their nefarious future for us. It's all there. And HARP, they do the cloud seeding. They have ships out in the ocean that generate those plumes of what they say smokestacks, but it's actually filled with cloud seeding to create weather, storms and hurricanes and such.
All right, guys. All right, we're gonna jump on this.
Reed and her boyfriend, Boston police officer.
We're gonna jump on this here for a little bit to show you guys a little bit about this. I saw a couple of requests for this too. This is very, very interesting.
Yep. Look up Operation Pot Pie. That's a good one. Yep.
Hey, Paris, girl, good to see you, dear. Okay, this is the kind of a bit of a quick over on the Karen Reed case. If anybody's been following it.
Is she the one that's being accused of her husband?
Of running him, backing into him and killing him and then so on and so forth. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Very, very weird. So I'm going to give you guys kind of a bit of a deep dive, kind of quick over on this thing and let you guys see what's going on.
John O'Keefe were bar hopping on a snowy night in Massachusetts. At the end of the night, they were invited to a house party at the home of a fellow officer in Canton, Massachusetts. When Karen and John arrived, Karen did not exit the car. John did. And from that point forward, there are two very different versions of what happened. Prosecutors say Karen was mad at John and purposely struck him with her car and left him on the ground to die in the snow. But Karen and her defense team say John went to the party. Something terrible happened inside the house, and his body was placed outside where he was found dead the next morning. Karen has been charged with murder but claims she is the victim of a big cover-up by police. Meanwhile, both inside and outside the courthouse, things have been getting very tense. A local blogger who goes by the name Turtle Boy organized a protest outside the courthouse to support Karen. Tonight, we speak live with Turtle Boy. Then we'll bring in the attorneys for Karen Reed as we investigate the death of John O'Keefe and the allegations of a police cover-up.
Alan Vittipolitan, thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you with us. Now, Karen Reed, like every other criminal defendant, when they're charged, is presumed innocent. And it's no different in this case. But in many of the cases we cover on Court TV, right, the presumption of innocence applies, but you know, and I think sometimes in the back of my mind, yeah, they're presumed innocent, but come on. We've from the evidence that's been released already, it doesn't look really good for that defendant. This case is a little different and potentially a lot different, depending upon how the evidence plays out, because there are two very different versions of what happened that night in Canton, Massachusetts. Now, you know, we rarely hear from criminal defendants. They don't usually testify at trial, and they usually don't talk before the trial. But in this case, that's not the case. I mean, she has spoken. Karen Reed has spoken out. And even though we rarely hear from defendants, we've heard from this one. So that makes this case a little bit different because the defense has an alternative story about what happened here. You know, many times the defense is, oh, they can't prove their case, period, end of story. They don't have the evidence. And as we know in our system, the defense doesn't have to prove anything. They don't have to put one witness on the stand. They don't even have to come up with an alternative theory as to what happened in the case. It's up to the prosecution to prove it beyond any and all reasonable doubt. But again, here, things are different. There's an alleged police cover-up here that John O'Keefe went inside that house, which was a party with fellow officers and family members, et cetera. And the allegation is that something happened in there. And that's all being covered up now. So that is a bold move. Again, rarely do you see this play out, especially before a trial, but the defense has been very, very vocal about it. And how would you react? And I'm not presuming this case is one way or the other, but I always think about this. If I've been wrongfully accused of something, would I just sit back and wait for my moment in court? Or would I literally be screaming on the steps of the courthouse so everyone knew that I was innocent? I think I would choose the latter. That's the way I would react. Now, someone could be guilty and react that way, but if I was innocent, knowing myself, despite what my attorneys may or may not be telling me, I think I'd be saying that, especially if I was accused of murdering someone that I cared about, someone that I loved. And that's the allegation in this case, although prosecutors are saying they're in the middle of this big fight and this breakup, et cetera. So here's the thing that has happened in this case, which again is another rare development, is that Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers in this usually sleepy courthouse in Norfolk County in Dedham, Massachusetts. I've been to that courthouse. There's not a million courtrooms there. I think there's actually 2 in the building. And the one where this case is being held is the very historical Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom. Not much happens in Dedham. I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of people, showing up. Like if you're in the middle of a big city, you could always find people that might show up at a courtroom. Here, you have to be there for a specific reason, and that's what happened. Large numbers, and they are clearly supporting Karen Reed and think something is going on here that is terribly, terribly wrong. Again, at the outset, we want to investigate and get as much information as possible on the show as we continue to track this case as it moves towards a trial. I don't know. I haven't seen all the evidence. I haven't heard all the evidence. She's presumed innocent, but anyone that the defense is pointing the finger at is also presumed innocent, right? That's the way our system works.
Yeah,
but tonight we're going to try to figure out what exactly is going on in that town. And for me, it begins with this outpouring of support for Karen Reed. Take a look at what is actually happening in Dedham, Massachusetts, when there are hearings in this case. Take a look.
We're not putting up with that. We're right here today, Jim McDermott, and we're not going to be quiet. We got it.
That's the basis of what has happened so far. Somebody's requesting something about what Catherine and Annie are talking about. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, what is he talking about? But anyway, look at all the support she has. What about Brian? To be honest.
Right. Wait, what channel are you guys watching this on?
Yeah. And yeah, by the way, natural herbs and spices are good.
Big time.
Mm-hmm.
I take a teaspoon of honey, real natural honey, not the processed shit, with mixed with a teaspoon of honey. I mix it together and I eat that every day.
Garlic's good for you. Cinnamon.
Yep. Yes.
Turmeric, very good.
Turmeric, yes. One of you guys tell me where to go. New York Pepper Emergency. What?
Peppermint's good.
What is that?
And try to limit your salt intake. Yes, you need the ionized type, but limit it.
What the hell is this?
I don't know. What's going on?
Some of this stuff is really conspiracy-like, so you got to be careful, but...
Yeah, that's true.
Are you talking about from 5 days ago?
Karen, she didn't do that to her husband. No way. And her husband, the deceased, and rest his soul, he looks like an actor. I can't remember his name, but he looks like an actor.
Right, and him getting hit by a car did not cause those marks on his arms.
No. Which one are they pointing out to you to play?
I'm looking for it right now, and it said New York Pepper thing. I can't play the one because it's National Geographic.
You have to be a little specific. Can you be a little more specific?
Is it this thing here? Emergency alert nuclear bombers. What? Oh, yeah. Sleuthie, definitely interested in the Karen Reed thing. I've been looking at it little by little when I have extra time, and I really like to get into it because it's quite interesting.
That's a great point, Noni McPoppins.
Thanks for joining us, Lucy. Always good to see you, dear.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I can't find that specific one. I see what they were looking at. So back to
Karen Reed and her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Innocent. Everyone that the defense.
Okay, right here. Yeah, definitely, Sleuthy. It's interesting to say the least, and it's obvious that like getting hit by a car, getting backed into by a car, did not cause what's on that man's body. I mean, you can look at it and see his eyes were swollen the way they were. That's from being beat up.
We're not putting up with that. We're right here today, Jim McDermott, and we're not going to be quiet.
Also, her husband being a police officer. Think about that also. What did he actually really know? I think it ties into that.
What were you saying?
I think it ties into the boyfriend or husband being a police officer and what he knew. He stumbled upon something.
I think something went down at at the bar that was talked about or whatever, even before that. And he was invited to this house on purpose. Okay. I didn't see anything new, Salty. No, we're just kind of starting into it now, Patriot. I haven't really had a chance to get into it, but I'm definitely going to be getting into it.
Yes, her boyfriend. That's correct. Thank you.
So after seeing his autopsy photos, or his after the fact photos, the eyes were completely swollen. He had like gouged, slice type teeth mark looking type things in his arms. Blah blah blah. The back of his head. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was just like, what the hell is going on? It's a little crazy.
Yes. It doesn't align. It doesn't align with being hit by a car. No.
Right. Not backed into, but and then left out there like that. No, it doesn't at all. Based on what I've seen in my history, So
dog bites. I've never heard of that one.
Oh yeah, his arm.
Hmm.
Well, I'll have to show you.
That's interesting. Is there any sound?
What'd you say?
I don't hear it.
Oh, well, okay. That's not helpful.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Karen has MS, colitis, and subsequent colectomy and a brain tumor. I'm not surprised she would be ready to go home at night. Yeah, you think?
Wow.
You think? Great point, Sleuth. Absolute great point. That would have been my thought too.
If Sleuthy wants to come on up, Sleuthy, and talk about it. You know a lot about this case.
Yeah. She knows. You're always welcome up here, Sleuthy, if you have anything to say about it. Always, always, always. You got a theory. Uh-oh. We got a goosey theory.
Yeah.
I love goosey theories. That's what I call them. But there's a link right there, Sleuth. If you want to jump up, hon, you're welcome to. I'll wait a minute before I play this to see what happens. But yeah, okay. I got a slight theory, but
mine aligns with what he knew and something going down
that's mine is kind of along that lines too. I'm just now getting us into this, so I'm really not going to put my theory out until I show you guys what the hell the story's about first. But yeah, I absolutely agree. And the dog that these people had, where is the dog that the people had?
Gone now, apparently.
The dog is missing. Imagine that. There's a lot to this. A lot to it. That's why I said I'm going to get in showing you guys a bit of like a breakthrough like this, and then we'll move into it piece by piece, because I definitely have absolutely no doubt in my mind that she had nothing to do with this. That's me. That's just me. So that doesn't mean that's true, folks.
I believe the documents you're talking about, Salty, we may have touched base on those. The ones that just recently dropped, 4 of them.
Yeah, we did. We went over those yesterday, day before
Where
yesterday.
they changed the date.
Yep. House sold, got rid of dog. How about that? That's right, D-daughter. Quite interesting.
Somebody took the dog, or did they get rid of the dog, or did they
I
take
think
the dog
I think they got rid of the
somewhere
dog.
else?
From what I read.
Okay.
And they could match up the teeth marks to the arm, I think, in my opinion, too. I agree with that one. Because it's definitely not. There's nothing about what was done to him on his body that looks like he was backed into. And here's the other thing, guys. It was snowy outside. It was winter, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's going to drive backwards fast enough to cause that kind of damage backing up. Okay? Not at all. So
They sold the house? Huh?
Well, they did. There's lots of things that have happened, yes.
Hey, that's suspicious.
All right, here we go. This is Turtle Boy. I love this guy. He's been on Publicly Buzz recently, and I thought about when I was getting into this about bringing him over here as well. So as I talked to him over there a couple times, him and Bob Motto had conversation about this as well. So it's kind of I like what he's doing.
Right here, Aiden, Turtle Boy. What do you prefer?
You can call me Turtle Boy.
Okay, I'll go with Turtle Boy. No, not a problem. I understand. That's what everybody calls you. So let me start here.
Yeah, I'm used to it now.
Yeah. So the first question, how did you get involved in this case? Like, you were a sports guy, weren't you?
No. I mean, I started the blog about 10 years ago about sports, and nobody really cared about sports. So I started really getting into investigative stories, and I became an award-winning journalist along the way. And I've built a pretty large following in the New England area. And so when stories like this happen, I gravitate towards them. But this particular story is by far the biggest and longest story we've ever done. We're on part like 97 at this point. I don't know how many hours of YouTube streaming shows we've done about this, but it just seems like it never ends. And, the following has obviously grown significantly as a result of this because the story is so mesmerizing. It just every day there's something new about the story that you couldn't be more shocked than the previous day. And then like yesterday, we find out that Michael Proctor, the detective in this, made up a fake company that does not exist and wrote in his report that they plowed Fairview Road, a company that does not exist, in order to avoid interviewing the actual plow driver who I interviewed yesterday. And as it turns out, he went by 34 Fairview Road and he reported seeing no body. He said that he would have seen a body if it was lying there. He's a 217-pound man, 10 feet from the curb. He said there was no body on the ground. And the lead investigator for the Massachusetts State Police, who is good friends with the people who are believed to be the perpetrators of this horrible, horrific crime, has known these people his entire life. He lives in Canton, and he never interviewed the only eyewitness who can definitively say that there was no body.
Hey, how are you, Miss Sleuth?
Is she up?
Can you hear me? Yeah, she's up there.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay? You're muted, hon.
Yeah, she's muted.
Oh, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you for a second.
Yes, there she
There we go.
is.
Welcome once again.
Hold on, honey. Thank you for coming up. I'm going to step down so you can have the floor, okay?
So, what is your theory?
I'm probably going to lose it. So, I think that what likely happened is she did drop and he did go inside. I think so. Once you get into the specifics of everything,
Oh, she's going in and out, guys. Just bear with it. Cutting in and out. It's okay. You still there, Sleuth? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, Lord. Must have a bad connection today. I hope she's not still talking because we can't. Oh, and there she goes down. Okay. Come on. Try it again. See what happens. Yeah. Oh, wait for her to pop back in the thing. But for those of you that aren't familiar, this woman and her husband, they were at a bar, invited to this party. They go to the party. She doesn't get out of the vehicle, but he does. He does. Okay, this is the story. Supposedly he goes inside the house, but they're also saying that he didn't go in the house. They're saying that he just stood there. She backed into him, went down, and that was the end of it. But I don't believe that. Go ahead. Can you hear me now, dear? You're muted again. And down again she goes. So I personally think he went in the house. I think there was something else going on in the background, and I know it's going to go into the conspiracy theory background thing again. I don't really think so, and I think there was a disagreement. I think that they jumped him and beat the hell out of him. The dog attacked him. Every bit of this, no problem. Chains anytime, hon. And then they drug him out and left him to lay there. That's what I think happened. That's me. That's not to say that's what I mean. There's not many details, which I'll get into that more detail down the road. Well, she must be struggling today with it. I appreciate you trying, Sleuthy. Absolutely. No worries at all. Yeah, that's usually what happens, Heather. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Yeah, StreamYard's been doing that. Hold on, Sleuthy. Try this one more time. All right, there's a new link right there. Yeah, I've really been reading into this one a lot lately, guys, in my own time, and I've been preparing to bring it out to you guys, but we just haven't had the time lately. But I'm bringing it to you, little by little. There's a couple links there, hon. For those of you guys that aren't familiar with her, which I doubt many of you aren't and haven't, please check out her channel. Thank you, Miss Heather, right there. Sleuthy Goosey. Great stuff. I mean, great stuff, folks. She's always got something good going on. Oh, it absolutely is judgmental. 100% conspiracy, period. In my opinion. And it's pretty sad. I feel bad for this woman with all of the medical problems she has. Not to mention that, she's going through this as well. It's crazy. It's just not, it's crazy. And we all know that law enforcement, they band together, brothers in arms, all that good stuff. There we go. Let's try it. See if it works this time. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. All right.
Okay.
We are
so
cooking.
I don't know if you heard anything I said. I probably was talking to myself for a little while.
I heard up till you said, I believe that he went in the house and that's where it stopped.
Okay, so there's like many different little things. So like Ryan Nagel didn't see anybody outside the car, right?
Right.
And he was right behind them, but I don't think that he was like right behind them. I think he was giving them enough space. And I think that the reason that other witnesses saw this SUV pull up and then stop and then pull up further is because I think when the truck that Ryan Nagel was in pulled up behind her, like I think she stopped at the driveway. I think John got out, ran up the driveway. And then when the truck pulled up behind her, I think she scooted forward so that she wasn't blocking the driveway anymore, because then he said he parked right in front of the driveway.
Right.
So she was at a house she'd never been to. I'd imagine if a car pulled up right behind, she'd assume it wanted to park inside the driveway. And then
Oh, there she goes again. If you can hear me, oh, there it goes. Okay, go ahead.
So I think all of that's right. And then I think there could be a variety of things that then happened inside the house. He could have gotten into an altercation with somebody. We don't know how drunk he was. He had never been in that house before.
Right.
Jennifer McCabe and her husband Matthew were like the only two that happened to see this SUV from the front door, meaning they were waiting at the front door foyer, looking out, waiting for him to come, because there's no other reason to be standing in the foyer.
Right.
And I think that it could have been something as simple as he's drunk and he like fell down the basement steps, or thought he was walking into what was a bathroom in his house he's never been in before, and it was actually the stairs to the basement, went tumbling down the steps.
Right.
And maybe hit his head.
Very possible, yes.
Either way, from what I understand, there's an exit, like an independent exit from the basement. So in theory, if he, let's say for instance, nobody knew he fell down the steps and he bonked his head at the bottom of the steps and he was disoriented. He saw the door to the outside, walked out that door, out through the basement, and would have landed in their backyard, where Brian Albert says this dog that isn't very good with people happened to be, according to him in his grand jury testimony. The dog went out back. It was only allowed out back. It wasn't allowed in the front yard. So if he stumbled out into that backyard and this dog didn't know him, it's entirely possible that the dog would attack him for being on the property.
Yes.
And it could be that he then, made his way out the gate and headed in the direction of where he last knew that Karen was, like out front.
Yeah.
It's possible that they didn't even know he was out there. You know what I mean? Or he could have gotten into an altercation with somebody and they could have said, "Get out." And he could have left conscious and got out in the yard and then passed out.
See, I think what you said about his not knowing how intoxicated he actually was plays a big part in this, because it's possible that he was very intoxicated, which plays all different angles in that aspect as far as that's concerned. So that's my thought on it.
Yeah, even if, whether you're thinking about it in terms of if he was like confrontational, or if he was just flat out clumsy.
Yep. Yeah, it can take you in 5 different directions with the intoxication level, for sure.
Right.
It could be any bit of that. It doesn't always have to be the dark side, folks. It could be complete accidents all the way around, like she just said. I never thought of that. That's a great point, though, Sleuth, about falling down the stairs and being disoriented and stuff like that. I never put it that way. That's a good one.
And if anybody thinks that like I hate when it turns into like it's a cover up and then they blow the cover up like 10 times, and it's like, well, nobody said that, because they'll be like, if this is a cover up, the only option is if like all these agencies are involved, and it's like, dude, come on. This is like, it feels like a straw man, because like nobody's saying that.
Right.
But I think you're lying to yourself if you're not willing to admit that, like, if you had a 17-year-old child, your son or your nephew or somebody that you love in your family, that made an honest mistake because everybody was drunk and they got into a fight and someone got hurt,
Yep.
and then walked out. Like, it's way different if you're dragging a deceased body outside. That's one thing. But it's another thing if you find out the following morning that the kid who got punched in the head by your son, nephew, whatever, or even just in your property, right? Even just on your property, inside your house. I
Yeah.
wonder what homeowners insurance thinks about him dying on the property.
Oh, I bet that, dude. Yeah, right.
So it's like, even if you don't want the liability of that, it's like, I think you're crazy if you think that you wouldn't say, holy shit, like, it was literally just an accident. If all we have to do is say he was never inside this house, then he was not in the house. It happens
Right.
all the time.
Yes.
People lie for their children. What was that one recently where like the mom like washed the kid's bloody clothes? Like, he went and like stabbed someone and she like washed
Oh,
his clothes.
yeah, yeah, and it was on camera and the laundry room thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
can't remember. Yeah, see, it happens. She's right, guys. It does happen. Our kids are our kids. People take up for their kids, right or wrong. So it is what it is in that aspect. I get that too. So yeah, I've seen that.
And he got rid of the dog. He sold the house. He had
Right.
the basement floors redone before selling it. So in theory, had he tumbled down the stairs and busted his head open at the bottom of the steps,
the blood and everything that could have got
Yeah.
seeped into the floor. You
or
got to
throw up.
Right.
He could have stood up and threw up everywhere and then walked out.
Very, very true. Very true. But and that's what I was saying. Like, a lot of people said that he went in the house. But see, I looked at those photos and the way his eyes were swollen, it kind of took me to, he looked like he could have been beat up. I get that. But then again, falling down the stairs will do the same thing. Bouncing off your head off the wall a few times can do the same thing. Any of that. But I personally do not believe he was hit by the car. That's me. Okay. That's the one thing I do not believe.
Yeah, me too.
I will say that much, but I can't say that I know until I look more into this about anything else, as far as them getting jumped by people, beat up, whatever. I will say though that the marks on his arms, those definitely kind of do remind me of dog bites. I say that much for sure. But I can't tell for a fact because I'm not looking at it on like right there standing there looking at it. So we don't know. And the fact that the dog was sold is a little bit weird, or gotten rid of.
You know what would be the quickest way to get this lady take a plea deal? The quickest way to do it is she already knows that you have footage of her driving by on the way to Fairview Road, right? With a tail light that's intact.
Yeah.
So she already knows you have that. You've turned over the footage. If you also have the footage of her driving by again, leaving Fairview Road, and there is a broken or cracked taillight or whatever the case may be, and you can see that on the footage, turn it over. She's not going to be able, literally, how is she going to explain
that, right?
Exactly. So just show her that. But the fact that you've turned it over, it's now been a year and a half, and that 3-minute portion of the footage is gone is bizarre and it's sketchy and makes me believe that when she drove by, her taillight was intact.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
right. Yeah, that's definitely crazy for sure. Somebody's saying about the footage from the library that's missing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure. I just wanted to clarify. That's quite interesting. I mean, every little, all these little pieces that are fitting in here with this it definitely makes you. Well, somebody up here said it, and I can't remember who it was, but said this fits into the direct category as being a conspiracy because it really kind of is. I'm not them. I don't like them kind of things, but at this point, I can't look at this any other way. So I've been looking at it a lot recently. I haven't really done anything live with it yet, but this is the kickoff for it because I really thought it's kind of, I was waiting to see kind of what went down with her. And at this point, you know, that's that time, I think. And I agreed with your comment earlier about all her medical problems. Of course, you know, wanting to be home by midnight makes complete and total sense. I'm surprised she even wanted to be there at all.
Right.
So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. A whole lot of sense.
And actually, John went with his friend to the bar, and she met him at the bar. And something that I thought was interesting, now they can say that they did blood work when she was at the hospital and they did that re-extrapolation or whatever they did to try to determine what her estimated blood alcohol level would have been around the time that he got hit. But you have a couple things. You have every single witness that saw her and him that evening saying that not only did she not seem to be drunk, she didn't even appear to be tipsy, like at all, like buzzed or anything. Secondly, they list off these, multiple drinks that she's on camera seeing, like she's seen taking a drink from the bartender. Then she's seen like a couple times taking a shot from the bartender and pouring it in her glass. But they never say how many times she was seen consuming a drink. So seeing as how she has the MS, is on whatever medicine she might be on. She's got the colitis, which I mean, she's had a colectomy. So you got to figure whatever alcohol she got to really want to be drinking. You know what I mean? Because it's going to be uncomfortable for a while.
And the brain tumor thing kind of bugged me too, because I had a brain issue and alcohol does not mix well with that. So you got to kind of think about that too. You know, that was my thought at least. But
I mean, unless they were like, I've seen people that can't drink for various reasons. It makes them feel worse and this and that. But on a special occasion, which as far as we know, they weren't celebrating any type of special occasion. On a special occasion, they might be willing to be sick. But with her, it almost sounds to me like she got the tallest glass that they had. I'm thinking like a big, like a long, like with a big long ass crazy straw sticking out of it. Like she got the biggest one they had. And just anytime someone would buy her a drink, just pour it in there. Like that's what it sounded like. Like, so she's walking around with a drink, she's socializing, but she's not actually drinking it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely does. I've done that before, to be honest with you. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Just so that it looks good and she doesn't, people aren't questioning why you're doing this, why you're doing that. Right. I get it.
Maybe she didn't want people to know all of the issues.
Yep, exactly.
I know Jennifer McCabe, I believe, is the one that knew that she had MS, but like, I doubt she was going around telling people she's like had her colon removed. Like I'm sure most people, it wasn't like a topic of conversation, and these people didn't even know her, so it's not like they would know,
Right. Absolutely, that does make perfect sense. It sure does, and I know I wouldn't be talking about stuff like that. I don't think she was. I've thought that the whole time. Judgmental says Karen Reed probably feels bad for drunk driving, but never killed JOK, and the cops know that she was DDR and is using that to cover. Well, I mean, everybody has the right to their opinions on this, and then their feelings. I can get that too. I just, for some reason, when I realized all the medical problems she had, automatically, with my background and knowing different things about medical history and stuff like that, I didn't feel like she was drinking at all, or intoxicated at least.
Yeah.
Because of that, like I said, especially the brain thing, that doesn't match up for me. So I can't go with the fact that she hit him with the car. I can't. This case is beyond maddening. She allegedly didn't drink any alcohol that night. I don't think she did either. I really don't. Like if you were listening to what Sleuthy just said about having a tall glass, like a Long Island iced tea glass or something like that, where she's walking around grabbing shots that her people are buying her or whatever, and dumping them in this tall glass and leaving it there, and then walking around carrying one drink as if she's drinking to make it look good, that makes perfect sense. It really does. And I never put that together that way either. So once again, another good one. Where is it at? I'm not talking bad. Okay. All right. No, I know judgmental. Don't worry about that. I know everybody has their theories. I get it. I'd like to. Do you think they're going to be able to come up with any kind of, if they're going to come out with anything else, Sleuthy, as far as evidential wise? Are you expecting?
Yeah, I do. I do. I mean, here's the thing: is that most of it, the defense hasn't even gotten yet. I mean, it's been a year and a half, and if you're saying that, if you're telling me that I backed into somebody and I'm driving a 2021 Lexus with a surround, brakes without you robot type shit, so you don't hit stuff you don't want to,
right,
and recording capabilities, then I'm going to need to see that. Why is a year and a half passed? I should be able to watch me back into my boyfriend.
Yep.
On my backup camera.
That's right. That is absolutely correct.
And his samples, so one of the things that just recently came out was the fact that they didn't take any tissue samples from those wounds on his right arm. And my concern with that is regardless of whether or not you had a theory. So when you started your autopsy, whether or not you had a theory, something happened, which is also why I find it interesting that they took those 6 solo cups full of blood, because whose blood were you checking for? Like, if you thought it was an accident and he got hit by a car, then it's obviously his blood. You were looking for someone else's blood.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but the autopsy thing, to not have taken tissue samples so you find glass at the scene. So you're like, maybe this glass is what cut him up. So why wouldn't you take tissue samples to check for glass in his arm, or piece of taillight, or paint from a vehicle, or someone else's DNA, or an animal's? You know what I mean? The fact that there's no tissue samples seems very odd to me.
Yes.
No matter what your theory would be.
Well, yeah, I would at anything during the autopsy, they should have biopsied each one of those wounds to see what's there. Like you said, glass fragments, if there were, they can check for saliva from an animal if they needed to, any of that kind of stuff. So yeah, that didn't make any sense. Heather Mosher saying that it's tough, or Heather M, I'm sorry, when you're familiar with a lot of the players in this case and people are truly scared to speak about it, her innocent. Okay, so you're from there, Heather. Okay. What, I mean, is it like that? Are there a lot of people that are not, they're shutting down, locking down over it? And it seems as though people are afraid to stand against the police, is what you're saying, basically. It really is incredibly proud of her for standing up for herself and support her boyhood. Yeah, I like what he's doing. I like him a lot. I think he's doing a great job. I think, of everything, she shows the most innocence in it. Of any cases we've looked at, that's a fact. A lot of people don't want going against the police. Yeah, it's what I figured, and it's going to be that way because, you got to live with them. It makes sense. For sure. I am curious to see how this comes out, and I am expecting a lot more to come out with it. I really am. Especially from the defense, because we see how the defense works in a lot of these cases. So yeah. When did you get involved with this one, Sleuthy? Oh, and she's out. Okay. Well, thank you for your insight, Sleuth, and your opinion on it. I appreciate that. So you're not interested in speaking on it, Heather, considering that you're in that area. It's not just one police department. It's many departments. They've all kind of gathered together. Yeah, I can see that. I definitely can. State police has a lot to lose. Right. Makes sense. It does. I want to know, my question, if we're going to go with, there's a lot of people thinking that this is the police, it's a setup, it's this, that and everything else. I've had people say to me that they think that she's being purposely set up, if that's the case. And I don't feel that. I don't. I think it's just, if that were the thing, that she's just kind of a scapegoat. You know what I mean? And then I've also had people, well, if she didn't do this, then how did the taillight get broken and this and that and everything else? And it's like, well, you know. Anyway, let some more of this play here for you guys. Like I said, I like Turtle Boy. I think he's doing a great thing.
On the ground on 34 Fairview Road that night.
And again, as I said off the top, Karen Reed presumed innocent. Everyone that the defense is accusing is presumed innocent as well. But we know this way this is playing out, and the defense is going to make these same accusations that you're making. That obviously we have no idea what the truth is, and hopefully everything comes out inside the courtroom, and the jury tells us eventually. So you have no personal connection to Karen Reed.
No, I didn't know who she was before this. I mean, I briefly saw it in the news when it happened last year and didn't pursue it. I thought it was a horrible tragedy when it happened, like a horrible accident. I think a lot of people assume that. And then what really caught my attention was a court filing in April about the Google search. Like that was what caught my attention. And I looked into it and I read Alan Jackson's 94-page affidavit accompanied by Richard Forensic. What his exact title is, Richard Green. He's basically a data nerd. He looks through your phone, finds things to delete it. I read it all, and every page I read further, my jaw just dropped. And I said, this can't be happening. How is this real? And I assumed, like, they have a woman Googling at 2:27 in the morning who was inside that house, how long to die in cold, claiming that John O'Keefe never came in that house. So why would you Google that if you thought John O'Keefe was home in his bed, right? So when I saw that, I'm like, well, this is game over, obviously. They have to drop the charges. This isn't, you trust the institutions, right? Like the district attorney's office can't be unethical and corrupt. They know this is beyond
let me ask you this, like, because, you know, you're coming out and protesting, right? And you're organizing all these folks coming down there, making a lot of noise locally, challenging people, getting in their faces, et cetera, coming in and out of the courtroom. Have you always been skeptical of police? Is that where sort of you come from? You question the police as sort of a social activist?
No, I mean, if you look back on, you know, older stories I've written, I'm a right-wing guy. Like I'm a law and order guy. I'm a back the blue guy historically. During the BLM riots in 2020, we were very pro-police during that whole thing and didn't think that all police were like Derek Chauvin and just wanted to, you know, and so to have this happen, it feels like a betrayal of the trust that you put in these institutions. To have the cowardly, and that's what they are, the cowards of Canton, the cowardly Canton police, who first got to that scene at 6 a.m. and did not find a single piece of taillight or a shoe. And then 12 hours later, when the state police took over, boom, they found taillight everywhere and a gigantic shoe, which somehow the Canton police missed. Now, if I'm the Canton police chief, I say, I stand by my men and I say, look it, my guys are competent. They would have seen that. Those were not there. But the cowards of Canton remain silent. And not a single officer in that entire department has any fortitude up and say, no. We need to put a stop to this. An innocent woman, you are trying to put her in a box for the rest of your life while her killers remain free in this town that we live in.
So are you from Canton? I know you're Cape Cod tonight. Are you on vacation?
No, I'm on vacation. Yeah, it's the last night of vacation.
That's what I figured.
I'm from a little town called Holden, right next to Worcester, second biggest city in New England. So it's about an hour away. So I go to Canton a lot these days.
So let me ask you this. You've got a lot of followers. The people that showed up at that courthouse, those protesters, are they local folks from Canton, or are they followers of yours who have gotten, you know, entrenched and committed to the story the way you have, who showed up from all over? Because I'm wondering, are we looking at potential jurors here?
Well, I don't know how many live in Norfolk County. There's a lot of counties, and the county lines are kind of weirdly drawn in Massachusetts. But I doubt, I would probably say 5 to 10% of that crowd is a potential juror because they live in Norfolk County. Obviously, they would not be picked for the jury if they had jury duty that day based on their activism. But, you know, I mean, I would say like a very small percentage of that crowd is actually from Canton. I mean, these are people who are so outraged. I've never written a story like this that has gotten so much interest and outrage from people. Like if I died tomorrow, this movement would go on. People would keep protesting. I'm kind of like the leader of the movement, but it's taken on a life of its own. Yesterday at the Canton Town Select Board, one of the alleged perpetrators is on the Board of Selectmen, and a lot of Canton folks just showed up and began demanding he resign. I didn't urge anyone to do that. This is taken on a life of its own because it is that outrageous. I am not a conspiracy theorist.
Let me ask you this.
Let
me ask you this. Now, there were cheers for Karen Reed on the way into the courtroom, but there were boos for other folks who were walking in. Who was that, and why was the crowd booing people who were walking in? I mean, because was it the prosecution?
No,
was it an officer? Who was it?
That's Carl Dougal. He's a local moron. He's a Boston detective. He is the only member of the Boston Police Department that believes Karen Reed did this. Normally when a cop gets killed, go to court.
So again, I mean, you called him a name. I just got to be careful with that.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I get it. That's the way, your show usually goes. Just tone it down just a little bit tonight in terms of the name calling. Because I don't know him. He could be a bright guy, could be the best guy in the world. I don't know. You have a problem with him. But he's from the Boston PD is what you're saying?
He's a Boston police detective.
Okay, so this took place in Canton, but the officers at the party and John O'Keefe and everyone else is really connected to Boston PD?
I mean, the only other person connected to Boston PD in that house is the homeowner, Brian Albert.
Okay.
He has a brother who's on Canton Police. He's got another brother on the Board of Selectmen. But, this took place in Canton. It just happened to be two Boston cops in a Boston suburb, like not Boston itself. And so Carl is a former coworker of his. And
wasn't that John O'Keefe's friend? Isn't that his friend?
Yeah, but a lot of John O'Keefe's friends are sitting on Karen Reed's side, including some of John's ex-girlfriends. Imagine that. Like ex-girlfriends aren't supposed to like the latest girlfriend. But they're sitting there with Karen on her side.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this. I mean, his friend is dead, right? And he believes what he believes. Do you think he's at fault here for believing what he believes at this point?
Yes. So first of all, I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody with who is that ignorant should be in charge of investigating any crimes at all. The fact that he's a Boston police detective makes me wonder how many times he has falsely arrested people for crimes that they did not commit. If he just bases this all on a hunch.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering what this scene is going to be like at the courthouse, right? For folks who are coming in. How about John O'Keefe's family?
Well, you know why we boo him, Vinny? Because anybody who is down there sitting on the prosecution side is knowingly supporting a sham. And every minute wasted on this sham prosecution of Karen Reed is a minute longer that the real people who killed John O'Keefe are out there free. The FBI is investigating this. There's going to be indictments. There will be no trial in this. That is one thing I can almost guarantee you. There will be no trial. There will be indictments probably within the next 3 to 6 months would be my ballpark estimate.
All right. Turtle Boy, thank you for being on the show. I appreciate you coming on and hope perhaps you'll come back in the future as we continue to track this case, things develop. And the only thing I would say from my perspective, just having covered trials for years, is that for family members and stuff going through and it's their loved one, their friend that's on that is the victim in the case, just a little, it's tough for them. It's really a difficult spot for them emotionally. Like it's even tough for me just to sometimes approach them.
Right. I just want to make it clear that we didn't boo his mother or anything like that. I actually said, no, we're not going to say anything to his mother. I wanted to be very clear with that.
Okay.
Even his brother, I said the same thing. We're not going to do that. But Carl, it's a long story.
I know it's a long.
You don't like
Carl. And you can watch all of Turtle Boy's work on his blog, and you'll understand exactly what he's talking about tonight. But we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Vinny.
Thanks so much. All right. I'm telling you, things are tense in the courtroom, out of the courtroom. Up next, we're going to speak with Karen Reed's attorneys. Plus, coming up next hour. In the Bahamas, a love triangle and divorce turned into an alleged murder for hire plot. Lindsay Shaw.
Well, there's that part of it for now, guys. Like I said, it's something I wanted to get into a little bit deeper. I have been wanting to. We just had so much crap going on with Idaho. Yeah, exactly. Blah. I know exactly what you're saying. Catacomb Men, thank you for that. Very much so. Very much appreciated. It sure as hell is. And this is all, you know, I'm not. It's okay, Sleuthy. I appreciate it. We at least got your theory to the most part. Little bits and pieces of them, Sleuth. Yeah, I'm starting to catch up with it all now. Like I said, I haven't had a lot of time for a lot of things, but I'm getting there. Trying to get there. I'm trying to add it into this so that everybody else can see it too. Yeah, that was another thing too. Why do you think they never searched the house? That's crazy. It really is. Very crazy. Where did it go? Just to give you guys a little piece here of this part too.
So this.
What's up, Smiley?
Where we're bringing you Wednesday's pre-trial hearing for Karen Reed. Is quite a case to watch in Boston. If you haven't heard about it, fear not. We're going to tell you everything you need to know on this show right now. So she's accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, who was a Boston police officer. They were at a party. There was a lot of drinking going on, a lot of police at this party. It was a very snowy night, and she's said to have hit him with her car and killed him. That's how the Boston police who investigated this says that's what happened. But her defense team says, oh, no, it's not even close. They say that there were people at that home who attacked him, that he was attacked by a dog at that home and left for dead out in the snow. And they're saying that the prosecutors aren't turning over evidence that's important to their case. So here's a little more from the defense team. That's Karen Reed sitting there with one of her lawyers. Let's listen to more of the arguments. These guys are good. They're really aggressive.
Are you guys having problems seeing or hearing this or something? Let me know if you guys are seeing or hearing it. Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court. We are, as indicated in our papers, we are seeking summonses, and this is dealing with the animal control issue. That Rule 17 motion, we're seeking summonses directed at two entities, the Canton Animal Control and the Canton Town Clerk, both. We believe they both have records. We know they both have records. These are records that we need, the defense needs, to shine a light on Karen Reed's innocence. These are records that are essential to our theory of the case, and these are records that we have no other option to get but through a summons. They've indicated to us they have the records, but they need a court order. They need some sort of a summons. Your Honor, in furtherance of this motion, I want to talk for a quick second about a couple of undisputed facts. Undisputed fact number one, on January 29th, 2022, Officer John O'Keefe was found dead in the yard of Brian Albert at his house at 34 Fairview in Canton. That is undisputed fact, where he was found dead and what the circumstances were surrounding that death are why we're here now. Second undisputed fact, when John O'Keefe was found, he had this set of wounds on his right arm. The medical examiner indicated that these wounds were concomitant with his death in terms of the temporal, the time that he died. These were wounds that he suffered at or near the time that he died. And the Commonwealth looks at these wounds and says, there's nothing to see here. Why are we looking at this? This is, you're following a red herring, basically. This is just a road rash. This means nothing. It has no impact on our case one way or the other. This is, according to the Commonwealth, simply a set of injuries that John O'Keefe suffered at the hands of being struck by a moving vehicle. Well, first, I would ask the common sense question, does this look like a road rash? I mean, the court's got years, decades of experience, life experience and legal experience. Of course, this doesn't look like a road rash. It's not a road rash that any of us have ever seen. Or does it look more like claw marks and bite marks from an animal, which is exactly what they are? Second, if it was a road rash, where's the rest of the road rash? John O'Keefe had one set of injuries like this. Deep scratches, deep puncture wounds on his arm, on his right arm only, from mid-biceps to mid-forearm and no other place. For instance, mid-biceps and mid-forearm that you might put in front of your face or your body if a large animal was attacking you, resulting in these wounds. Why are the wounds confined just to his right arm? What about all the other pointy bits of a human body? If someone is rolled under a car or rolled in gravel because of the car, what about the shoulders? What about the knees? What about the ankles? What about the elbows? None of that exists. These are the only wounds that are confined to his right arm, and they're deep scratch wounds, puncture wounds that are indicative of claw marks and bite marks from a large animal. And third, what about the Commonwealth's own expert? She has to have opined about this, correct? She has to have said during the grand jury, I mean, this was a full-throated investigation surrounding the potential murder of a police officer. What did the Commonwealth's own expert say? First of all, she was never asked by the Commonwealth during the course of the grand jury about the injuries. It took a grand juror actually asking the question of the witness, and she said, no, I cannot say that as a road rash. There's certainly not enough evidence to suggest that these wounds are consistent with a road rash. Well, she had to have at least talked about the fact that it was an animal, right? She had to. The Commonwealth had to have asked that question. She actually said nothing about whether or not that's consistent with an animal, because the Commonwealth very particularly did not ever pose that question. But we did. We hired one of the preeminent medical examiners in the country, a doctor by the name of Frank Sheridan, and he wasn't some deputy medical examiner. Dr. Frank Sheridan was the medical examiner for San Bernardino County in California, with more than 12,000 autopsies under his belt, the supervising medical examiner for one of the largest counties in California, and he concluded to a scientific certainty that these wounds are from an animal attack. Period. Full stop. So, what do we know about animals and the Alberts? Which is exactly where Officer John O'Keefe was found dead. In February of 2017, we know that the Alberts had a dog. There's a photograph of Brian Albert with the dog, Chloe, in the foreground. By 2019, the Albert family had registered ownership of that German Shepherd. Moving on to 2022, in January of 2022, specifically January 29th, John O'Keefe suffers these animal puncture wounds, these animal scratches, these animal bite marks that are heretofore and up to this date, today, completely unexplained by the Commonwealth. By May of 2022, Karen Reed's defense team starts asking questions about this animal, about these injuries, about the dog, about what dog existed at the Alberts house. Where is the dog? We started inquiring pretty significantly. That same month, amazingly, the Alberts informed the Canton Animal Control that the dog was remarkably and mysteriously rehomed. The dog was gotten rid of. And to date, the Commonwealth has yet, as my colleague just mentioned, has yet to release the tissue samples to us for DNA testing to determine if there's evidence in these wounds of a canine attack, which we believe there will be. During that grand jury testimony, Brian Albert admitted to three things. Number one, he admitted that he owned a large German Shepherd. His words, not mine. A large German Shepherd. Number two, he admitted that the dog was at his home on the night John O'Keefe, early morning hours, John O'Keefe was killed on January 29th, 2022. And the dog, according to his own testimony, was inside the house and never in the front yard, which is where John O'Keefe's body was ultimately found. And the third thing that he admitted was that the dog was, quote, not great with strangers, end quote. That's a dog owner's euphemism for the dog bites, the dog attacks, the dog is mean or can be mean. So why wouldn't the Commonwealth ask about these injuries? Why wouldn't the Commonwealth inquire, as we have been inquiring, about the nature of these injuries and their significance in terms of John O'Keefe's death? It's because they know that the answer completely obliterates their case. Their theory of homicide would fold if they got the true answers to these questions. The answer exculpates Karen Reed, and the answer inculpates Brian Albert. That's because if that dog was inside the house that night, not on the front lawn, not in the front yard, but inside the house, and these injuries were suffered or sustained at the time John O'Keefe was killed, then that means John O'Keefe was inside the house when he was killed. And it also means that his body was moved. That's consistent with the facts that we also know to be true, which is not one person that was in that house and ultimately exited that house from that party that night, not one, saw John O'Keefe's body laying in the cold in the front yard. And that's because he wasn't there yet. Multiple people walked out of the house, multiple people who would have no other reason, would have no reason to lie about that. A 200-pound man, 6'2", lying in the front yard on a light dusting of snow in dark clothing. Not one person saw him.
Boy, oh boy, are you persuaded? Gotta tell you, this is intriguing stuff the defense is putting forth here. Is there any truth to it? Tweet us. Let us know what you think about this case. At Court TV is our network handle. At Julie Court TV is mine. Loving your tweets this morning. Glad you're waking up with us. We're going to squeeze in a break. Letting you know we're following everything that's cooking today in the legal world, folks. Cult mom case heating up. You see the clock ticking on your screen till our next update. The jury's coming in soon. And we're going to continue. There's more to the Reed hearing in Boston right after this. Quiet Colorado community rocked by a tragedy.
All right. So yeah, this is security probably. Yeah, I'm going to go deeper into this for sure. They bought in too much. Okay. What do you mean, hon? Hmm.
7-year-old Gannon Stout disappeared from his home.
Gannon's stepmother, Letitia Stout, is charged with his murder.
Stout allegedly killed her stepson and then drove his body
on Court TV.
In Idaho, in the Doomsday Cult Mom murder trial, they won't turn on her. He's
no.
Not a party.
Okay. So, like I said, if you guys want to start getting into this one and covering the hearings and stuff, I'm all for that, guys, because I'm really into this one. That's the most I don't see a link, hon, if that's what you were doing. You can't put a link in the regular chat, but what we can do is Here, click on this link right here. You don't have to come up here. Just go backstage and then drop it in the private chat. And I'll go ahead and throw it up that way if you want to do that. There you go. It's okay. Just click that link, go backstage. You don't have to come up here, and just throw it in the private chat. I'll click on it there and bring it up. That'll work. Well, you don't have to come in all the way, but you're welcome. Of course, you're welcome to. Can you hear me? No? Maybe? I see you there. You're muted, but you're probably struggling with it still. Sorry, this StreamYard. I think StreamYard's really screwed up lately. I don't know what's going on her end of things, but yeah, if you're able to where you're at right now, you can drop that. I do see you, dear. Yes, I do. And if you want to, if you're able to put a link back there, you can, and I'll drop it in here. If you can hear me, of course. No. I don't see the... Oh, yep, there it is. Here we go.
Oh, the first day that we signed up for Monday.
Thank you, Sleuth. You are appreciated.
.com. Our department was already able to connect our processes, our...
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hold on, folks. Let me make this the right way for you. I didn't know you were following this one. I should have figured you were, but you follow all the good ones, and you got all the good stuff on them, too.
Alan Jackson from Worksman Jackson and Quinn, along with Elizabeth Little from Worksman Jackson and Quinn, on behalf of Karen Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. Good afternoon, Ms. Little. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. Okay, so we're here for the Rule 17 motions. Who's going to argue those?
So, Your Honor, there are two motions before the court that we'd like to be heard on. One is the motion to renew our motions to compel, which we'd like to be heard on first, if the court pleases. And I would be arguing that motion. With regard to the Rule 17 motion for the animal control records, my colleague, Mr. Jackson, would be arguing that second, if the court pleases.
Okay. All right, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. We are seeking immediate access to John O'Keefe's clothing, to all evidence seized from my client's vehicle, to tissue and other samples from John O'Keefe's autopsy, and to the original Canton Library video, which we still do not have. We are asking this court specifically to set a hard deadline for access to this mandatory discovery and evidence. Your Honor, at the outset, it is important for me to emphasize why a deadline needs to be set. It's important to emphasize why time is of the essence for our access to this evidence. It's been 15 months since my client was arrested and falsely charged with killing John O'Keefe. Prior to 15 months ago, my client was employed in two prestigious positions. Prior to 15 months ago, she had a robust health insurance plan that covered her numerous serious medical conditions. But 15 months ago, she lost everything. 15 months ago, these false allegations began to destroy her life. And for the last 15 months, she has been fighting for her life. 15 months after her arrest, she has no income. She does not come from a wealthy family. Her father was a respected and now retired educator. Her family is very squarely middle class. But given that Karen Reed is now fighting for her life, whatever money that they've saved is all going to her defense in this case. She's hired private counsel from two coasts. She's hired multiple experts at considerable costs. And when I say considerable, I mean tens and tens of thousands of dollars. And the meter is running with each passing court date. She can't afford to scrimp on her defense because her life is at stake. In the 11 months that this case has been pending in this court, we have continually asked for access to the same basic mandatory discovery evidence. We've been prohibited from inspecting that evidence. In February of 2022, the police seized John O'Keefe's clothing. It's now May of 2023. We haven't seen it. We haven't inspected it. We haven't been able to test it. In February of 22, the police seized pieces of taillight from my client's vehicle, pieces that they claim to have found at the residence where John O'Keefe died, despite the fact that multiple searches initially turned up nothing. Pieces of the taillight were only found after Trooper Michael Proctor, conflicted Michael Proctor, had seized my client's vehicle and had it in his possession for well over an hour. That evidence needs to be put to the test, and it needs to be put to the test now. We have been prohibited from testing it, from inspecting it, from even seeing it. There were tissues and other samples from the autopsy of John O'Keefe to which we've been denied access. We believe that when those samples are tested, the results will be exculpatory, likely case ending. But 15 months after she was arrested and 11 months after she was arraigned in this court, that evidence remains hidden from the defense. The police have maintained exclusive control over the event data recorder and the Lexus infotainment system from my client's vehicle. We have seen neither, and this is simply unacceptable. Prohibiting the defense from inspecting this evidence is infringing on my client's constitutional right to a speedy trial, and it's infringing on her right to due process. It's almost 3 months ago that we last appeared before you, Your Honor. We requested access to these items, and yet again, the response from the Commonwealth was that they would be tested soon. The prosecutor had represented within 30 to 60 days. That's on record. It's now close to 90 days. We've made zero progress. This court did order that the Commonwealth request expedited testing, but that order has yielded nothing. I asked the court to set deadlines then, which the court was not inclined to do. 3 months later, it is crystal clear that deadlines need to be set. Without a deadline, we have no assurances that this case will not drag on who knows how long into the future. With each passing day, my client, who not only is presumed to be innocent, but is factually innocent, remains jobless, with inadequate health insurance, and with each passing day, her savings and her family's savings continue to be depleted. There is no time to wait. There is no time to waste. It is time for excuses to end. As we noted in our motion, the prosecution and the crime lab move very quickly when they want to. In other cases pending before this very court, the very same investigators secured DNA testing within 2 weeks of opening their investigation before anybody was charged. Contrast that with our case, where here we are 15 months later, no such testing has even started. Regarding the Canton Library video, this court should know we still do not have relevant time periods. From the Commonwealth's evidence, we know that my client drove by the Canton Library at 12:16 a.m. on January 29th because that was recorded. There is video of her driving by at that time, heading to 34 Fairview, which is where John O'Keefe died, with her taillight intact. We know that my client arrived back at John O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton at 12:41 a.m. because the Commonwealth produced a voicemail that she left for John, where you can hear the garage door closing, the car door closing, the house door closing while she walked in her high heels on the garage floor. 1 Meadows is about a mile from the Canton Library. We know the video equipment was working because they have that footage from 12:16 a.m. But in the video that the prosecution turned over to us, there is a gap in that video from 12:37 a.m. to 12:39 a.m., which would have been the precise time my client would have been driving back past the library. We know that that footage would show that my client's taillight was still intact at that point because she never struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. Yet the prosecution has produced a video from the library with that crucial time period missing. This evidence is strictly in their possession. We've been told that the Canton police provided the evidence to them via a share file, the Canton Library provided this evidence to them via a share file link with a guest ID and a guest password. We need that link, that user ID and that password. We cannot rely on Trooper Michael Proctor, conflicted Michael Proctor, to sanitize exculpatory evidence before sending it to us. We need the original footage. If the Commonwealth answers that that original footage no longer exists.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight. Did you know that?
And we'll need an evidentiary hearing to put the relevant parties under oath to find out what happened to it. The bottom line here, Your Honor, is that we've spent 15 months trying to uncover the truth. We are not afraid of whatever evidence is unearthed from whatever source, because for 15 months, every stitch of evidence has been consistent with my client's innocence. However long this case lasts, and I sure hope the prosecution comes to their senses and realizes they have no case because they've charged the wrong person. But however long this case lasts, the remaining evidence will drive a stake through the heart of this prosecution. In the meantime, my client suffers. In the meantime, her life is on hold while she spends every waking moment defending herself emotionally, intellectually, and financially. We cannot abide by excuses any longer. We need this court's help. We need you, Your Honor, respectfully, to hold the prosecution's feet to the fire. We need this court to order the Commonwealth to stop trampling on my client's rights to a speedy trial and her right to due process. We need this court to set deadlines for the production of this evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. So in response to counsel's motion, just in response to the statement that every piece of evidence that's been provided thus far is inconsistent with the defendant's guilt and consistent with her innocence, I would have a large issue with that. But as it pertains to these particular pieces of evidence, counsel's right in that motions were filed. Counsel's right in that motions were allowed when as related to inspection of said materials, and the Commonwealth has no issue with inspection of materials once they're back from the lab. Now, the last time we were before this court, back in February, the court had asked myself to reach out to the lab and see if there was anything that could be done to expedite the analysis. I did that, spoke with and filed the necessary paperwork with the lab to expedite as much of the analysis that could be done at that particular time. So at that time, what I was provided with was a deadline of no later than May 5th. Those items, at least as far as the trace analysis and the criminalistics was concerned, would be completed, and I should expect something close to that date. I confirmed with the lab as of yesterday that that timeline is still a viable one. The case is currently in technical review. So once that's completed, then we should have reports that I'm able to provide to counsel. As it pertains to the inspection and the return of the items from the lab to the Commonwealth's, well, at least the District Attorney's Office for the State Police's custody, one of the issues that we've had with that is that in order to facilitate some of the necessary DNA testing, some of that testing would be exhaustive. And in particular, there is a hair sample that was recovered from the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle. It was taken to the lab, and I was informed by the lab that any testing of that for DNA, for comparative purposes to Mr. O'Keefe, would be exhaustive. So on March 10th, I sent counsel a exhaustive testing form that needed to be filled out. Whether or not they want an expert present for that testing or don't want an expert present for testing is really immaterial, but I need some sort of authorization from counsel before the sample is subsumed during the course of testing with the lab. I haven't heard anything back from counsel. I spoke to counsel numerous times. I sent emails, and I heard no responses as far as that. So as far as the DNA testing is concerned, the delay on that is because I don't have anything back from counsel as far as whether or not they want an expert present, who that expert is, how to contact them, and how to facilitate the beginning steps of that particular testing. So that is why at least in no small part, why some of the items are still contained at the lab is because the testing is still yet to be completed. But I do hope to have the trace and the criminalistics, and I expect that by next week at the latest. And again,
exactly.
Deadlines that the court sees fit to or deems fit to put on certain things, as far as that's concerned, is certainly within the court's prerogative. I don't think that we need deadlines. I don't think that we need an evidentiary hearing as it relates to it, but that's where it stands. As far as the video is concerned, the video was provided by the IT director for the town of Canton. There was a share file that was shared with the troopers. The troopers, upon receiving that, it was Trooper Dunn who received that video, not Trooper Proctor. If I could just speak briefly as it pertains to Trooper Proctor, there is no conflict. Trooper Proctor is not conflicted in this case. I indicated that specifically in some of the oppositions that were filed to Rule 17. So there's been some photograph taken from a social media site, which is purported to be Trooper Proctor with one of the McCabe's children who are a witness in the case. The child that's depicted in that particular photograph is not one of the McCabe's children. The McCabe's have 4 daughters. That's not one of them. It's a relative of Trooper Proctor. It has nothing to do with the McCabe's and nothing to do with this case. Whatever conflict counsel believes Trooper Proctor has just doesn't exist. Now, as far as the video was provided to Trooper Matthew Dunn of the CPAC unit with the District Attorney's Office, that was then shared with Ms. Crawford. It was a person in our office who
Absolutely. All nothing but lies, in my opinion.
specifically who deals with forensic and surveillance video and type evidence. It was then archived on our system. Recently, we reached out and spoke to the IT director with the town of Canton again. That share link I tried to send to council, email essentially wouldn't go through. We tried to open it, essentially it won't open. So the link expired within 30 days, within 60 days, if not 30 days of it being shared with our office. But the exact information that was provided by the town of Canton was archived by Ms. Crawford, was then provided to council at her arraignment in Superior Court, as well as I was able to download it onto a Citrix file, which I then shared with council earlier this week. So what we have as a video, what exists as a video, what we were given as a video for those relevant time frames was placed onto the archived within our system, was then placed onto a disk, and what's on the disk and what's been provided to council is what we received.
Okay. All right, your next motion?
That would be Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court. We are, as indicated in our papers, we are seeking summonses, and this is dealing with the animal control issue, that Rule 17 motion. We're seeking summonses directed at two entities, the Canton Animal Control and the Canton Town Clerk, both. We believe they both have records. We know they both have records. These are records that we need, the defense needs, to shine a light on Karen Reed's innocence. These are records that are essential to our theory of the case, and these are records that we have no other option to get but through a summons. They've indicated to us they have the records, but they need a court order. They need some sort of a summons. Your Honor, in furtherance of this motion, I want to talk for a quick second about a couple of undisputed facts. Undisputed fact number one, on January 29th, 2022, Officer John O'Keefe was found dead in the yard of Brian Albert at his house at 34 Fairview in Canton. That is undisputed fact, where he was found dead and what the circumstances were surrounding that death are why we're here now. Second undisputed fact, when John O'Keefe was found, he had this set of wounds on his right arm. The medical examiner indicated that these wounds were concomitant with his death in terms of the temporal, the time that he died. These were wounds that he suffered at or near the time that he died. And the Commonwealth looks at these wounds and says, there's nothing to see here. Why are we looking at this? This is, you're following a red herring, basically. This is just a road rash. This means nothing. It has no impact on our case one way or the other. This is, according to the Commonwealth, simply a set of injuries that John O'Keefe suffered at the hands of being struck by a moving vehicle. Well, first, I would ask the common sense question, does this look like a road rash? I mean, the court's got years, decades of experience, life experience and legal experience. Of course, this doesn't look like a road rash. It's not a road rash that any of us have ever seen. Or does it look more like claw marks and bite marks from an animal, which is exactly what they are? Second, if it was a road rash, where's the rest of the road rash? John O'Keefe had one set of injuries like this. Deep scratches, deep puncture wounds on his arm, on his right arm only, from mid-biceps.
Yeah, it looks worse
to
than the autopsy photo, I
and no
agree.
other place. For instance, mid-biceps and mid-forearm that you might put in front of your face or your body if a large animal was attacking you, resulting in these wounds. Why are the wounds confined just to his right arm? What about all the other pointy bits of a human body? If someone is rolled under a car or rolled in gravel because of the car, what about the shoulders? What about the knees? What about the ankles? What about the elbows? None of that exists. These are the only wounds. They're confined to his right arm, and they're deep scratch wounds, puncture wounds that are indicative of claw marks and bite marks from a large animal. And third, what about the Commonwealth's own expert? She has to have opined about this, correct? She has to have said during the grand jury, I mean, this was a full-throated investigation surrounding the potential murder of a police officer. What does the Commonwealth's own expert say?
Okay, this drives me nuts. She's right, by the way, guys. The autopsy photo looks way worse. You can tell, way different. Okay, they're deeper looking, all that. This looks like a bunch of scratches. This is not what this is. And I've seen multiple accident scenes throughout my life. A car backing into somebody is not going to do this, folks. Okay, it's going to cause like broken limbs, bruising, things like that. Not specific straight line cuts on somebody's arm, unless the back of the car had spikes sticking out of the back of it, or a little razor blade sticking out of the back of it. Okay, this is indicative of claw marks or bite marks, like he's saying, is what exactly it looks like to me. So this drives me nuts, the way that they keep trying to say what this is and just keep trying to pass it on like that. It's stupid. Makes no sense.
First of all, she was never asked by the Commonwealth during the course of the grand jury about the injuries. It took a grand juror actually asking the question.
How to open your car door when you're trapped underwater. A lethal design flaw in all recent cars.
Of the witness, and she said no. I cannot say that is a road rash. There's certainly not enough evidence to suggest that these wounds are consistent with a road rash. Well, she had to have at least talked about the fact that it was an animal, right? She had to. The Commonwealth had to have asked that question. She actually said nothing about whether or not that's consistent with an animal, because the Commonwealth very particularly did not ever pose that question. But we did. We hired one of the preeminent medical examiners in the country, a doctor by the name of Sheridan, Frank Sheridan, and he wasn't some deputy medical examiner. Dr. Frank Sheridan was the medical examiner for San Bernardino County in California, with more than 12,000 autopsies under his belt, the supervising medical examiner for one of the largest counties in California, and he concluded to a scientific certainty that these wounds are from an animal attack. Period. Full stop. So, what do we know about animals and the Alberts? Which is exactly where Officer John O'Keefe was found dead. In February of 2017, we know that the Alberts had a dog. There's a photograph of Brian Albert with a dog, Chloe, in the foreground. By 2019, the Albert family had registered ownership of that German Shepherd. Moving on to 2022, in January of 2022, specifically January 29th, John O'Keefe suffers these animal puncture wounds, these animal scratches, these animal bite marks that are heretofore and up to this date, today, completely unexplained by the Commonwealth. By May of 2022, Karen Reed's defense team starts asking questions about this animal, about these injuries, about the dog, about what dog existed at the Alberts' house, where is the dog? We started inquiring pretty significantly. That same month, amazingly, the Alberts informed the Canton Animal Control that the dog was remarkably and mysteriously rehomed. The dog was gotten rid of. And to date, the Commonwealth has yet, as my colleague just mentioned, has yet to release the tissue samples to us for DNA testing to determine if there's evidence in these wounds of a canine attack, which we believe there will be. During that grand jury testimony, Brian Albert admitted to three things. Number one, he admitted that he owned a large German Shepherd. His words, not mine, a large German Shepherd. Number two, he admitted that the dog was at his home on the night John O'Keefe, early morning hours, John O'Keefe was killed on January 29th, 2022. And the dog, according to his own testimony, was inside the house and never in the front yard, which is where John O'Keefe's body was ultimately found. And the third thing that he admitted was that the dog was, quote, not great with strangers, end quote. That's a dog owner's euphemism for the dog bites, the dog attacks, the dog is mean or can be mean. So why wouldn't the Commonwealth ask about these injuries? Why wouldn't the Commonwealth inquire, as we have been inquiring, about the nature of these injuries and their significance in terms of John O'Keefe's death? It's because they know that the answer completely obliterates their case. Their theory of homicide would fold if they got the true answers to these questions. The answer exculpates Karen Reed, and the answer inculpates Brian Albert. That's because if that dog was inside the house that night, not on the front lawn, not in the front yard, but inside the house, and these injuries were suffered or sustained at the time John O'Keefe was killed, then that means John O'Keefe was inside the house when he was killed. And it also means that his body was moved. That's consistent with the facts that we also know to be true, which is not one person that was in that house and ultimately exited that house from that party that night, not one, saw John O'Keefe's body laying in the cold in the front yard. And that's because he wasn't there yet. Multiple people walked out of the house, multiple people who would have no other reason, would have no reason to lie about that. A 200-pound man, 6'2", lying in the front yard on a light dusting of snow in dark clothing. Not one person saw him. But if John O'Keefe was beaten unconscious in, for instance, the basement of that house, and later moved to the front yard after the guests left, there's your answer as to why no one saw him. And it also answers two other questions which are looming in this case. Why would Brian Albert rip out the floor of his basement months after John O'Keefe was killed? The second question, why would he sell his house?
Great questions.
So in the months following John O'Keefe's death, the dog has been gotten rid of, got rid of the evidence in the basement, got rid of the house, the crime scene itself. Your Honor, I would submit to the court that evidence is literally being destroyed right under our nose. It's been reported that the federal authorities have now gotten involved in the circumstances surrounding this case and have impaneled a grand jury, a federal grand jury, to investigate some of these circumstances. But Karen Reed should not have to wait for the feds to figure out which heads should roll. I would implore the court, now is the time for the court to take some action and give us the tools, the defense, the tools that we need to fully investigate this case. We need these records to track down this German Shepherd, if it's still alive, which clearly is an open question. Our understanding is at least up to this point, is that the dog was not only rehomed, but rehomed out of state, out of the jurisdiction of this court and out of the reach of the defense, or at least that was the attempt. We need those records to find where that dog is. If the dog still exists, we need a saliva sample, we need a hair sample, we need something, and then we need the Commonwealth to give us the tissue samples that were taken at the time so that they can be compared. This is vital to the defense. We ask that the summonses at issue for the two entities that we've described, if those summonses issue, our request clearly meets the Lampron standards. Number one, it's relevant evidence. Number two, we definitely need a subpoena or a summons. They will not provide the information without a court order. Number three, this information is necessary for our defense. And number four, contrary to what the Commonwealth constantly says, oh, well, this is just fishing, I think we've established this is not just fishing. We got a fish on the hook. We just need the court to help us reel it in. I will submit on further oral argument regarding the issues or the summonses surrounding the animal control and town clerk. If the court has any further questions about those, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I can certainly give the court a preview of the second Rule 17 motion, which deals with the phone records and the actual phone of Brian Albert. But I believe the court has indicated and we've suggested that an evidentiary hearing is in order.
As I understand it, the parties have agreed for an evidentiary hearing, and we rearranged our schedule a bit so that we could accommodate you.
That's perfect.
Okay.
The only thing I would say in furtherance of that, very briefly, is the Commonwealth has suggested that Rule 17 is just sort of a regurgitation of something that we filed back in, I think it was September, that could not be further from the truth. There is new information. There's dozens of pieces of new information that we have.
What I'm going to do because of that, let's let Mr. Lally respond to your remarks on the question first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, first I would state it's an interesting sort of straw man argument as far as it being road rash, or that the Commonwealth has always maintained that it's road rash on his arm. No one has ever said that but counsel for the defendant. As far as the injuries are concerned to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and right forearm, they've always and consistently been described as abrasions caused by blunt force trauma, not road rash. I'm not really sure where the road rash comes from. What I would submit in conjunction with that is, again, divorcing whatever evidence the defendant claims from the context of the rest of the evidence and the rest of the case. It's a little peculiar and conspicuously clear from the defendant's fact section that the damages to the right rear corner panel of the defendant's vehicle, embedded within the bumper to that vehicle, is pieces of a cocktail glass. The victim, Mr. O'Keefe, is last observed on surveillance video, external surveillance video from the waterfall establishment that he left just prior to going to 34 Fairview, with a cocktail glass in his right hand. The same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car. As the court is well aware, and I just stated for the record, under Rule 17, the defendant has the burden, or the moving party has the burden to establish that the documents are evidentiary and relevant. Secondly, that they are not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance of trial. Thirdly, that the party cannot properly prepare for trial without such production and inspection. And fourthly, that the application is made in good faith and is not intended as a general fishing expedition. The issue the Commonwealth takes with the defendant's request as it applies to these particular records is with number 1 and number 4. The Commonwealth would submit that the showing from the defendant is simply insufficient to establish any relevancy or evidentiary value to these records. And then secondly, that this is the very epitome of a fishing expedition. The indication, even from the verbiage that's used by counsel in the motion, sheds light as far as as I just stated, the sort of epitome of a fishing expedition. It's language such as it could shed light, or if true, this fact would undermine the prosecution's entire theory of the case. There have been a couple of theories that are stated within the context of counsel's motion. I can state for the record, those are not the calmos theories. No one ever said that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe in the head and that's what caused the injuries. That's actually not at all what the grand jury testimony or the evidence has shown throughout the course of this investigation and throughout the course of this case. But those could, and if true, those very words by definition evince the very nature of this particular request. The first issue would be with the time frame, as it's stated within the motion. It's from 2015 to present. I'm not sure why so expansive a time frame is needed or necessary or relevant to anything that is a subject matter before the court. As counsel suggests, that photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries suggest that he was severely beaten and left for dead, having sustained blunt force injuries to both sides of his face as well as to the back of his head, that there's evidence of defensive wounds, there's a cluster of deep scratches and puncture wounds to his upper arm and forearm, and then the defendant essentially asked the court to take the then inferential leap that these injuries, which are wholly inconsistent with the injuries noted by both the emergency medical personnel at Good Samaritan, where Mr. O'Keefe was taken immediately from the scene where he was, his body was discovered, and from the medical examiner's finding and sworn testimony. So wholly inconsistent with those, that these are, then take the inferential leap that these are consistent with bite marks or scratch marks from an animal, specifically a dog. In support of these assertions, as counsel stated, there's an affidavit from Dr. Frank Sheridan that the injuries are consistent with animal claw or scratch marks.
Well, we've had an interrupt in the feed there from the courthouse at the Dedham Court, but we've been listening to attorneys talk about their motions in the case of Karen Read. Let's go back.
As far as how the medical professionals detail what those injuries are. In those medical records, what the personnel at Good Samaritan, the doctors, the nurses who examined Mr. O'Keefe when he came into their facility, they described his injuries as a right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration. Positive for surrounding soft tissue, swelling, and positive breath sounds bilaterally, pulseless, positive superficial abrasions to the right forearm. Dr. Scortibello, the medical examiner in this case who testified at length before the grand jury, described Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries as scratches caused by a blunt object. She described or noted that they appeared to be in a linear pattern. She detailed that she observed no signs of an altercation or fight from her thorough internal and external examination of Mr. O'Keefe. And lastly, she testified in great detail as to the swelling of his eyes being related to the fractures in his skull and how those manifested into the observable swelling and discoloration of his face. And essentially what she testified to was that there was a laceration on the right back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, that there was a skull fracture in that immediate area, the right parietal area of the victim's skull. That then caused a swelling on the brain, which she observed, as well as Dr. Stonebridge observed during her neuropathology examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain post-mortem. That then caused the swelling underneath of the skull, caused the radiating skull fractures that she observed in Mr. O'Keefe's skull throughout, and that the essentially nowhere else for the blood to go, and the looseness of the vascular tissue behind the eye then causes both of the eyes to swell. There was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead. There was no evidence of any defensive wounds. She was specifically asked those questions and testified to that before the grand jury as to those injuries and how they sustained. There's absolutely no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe ever entered the residence at Fairview on that particular evening. Counsel mischaracterizes some other statements made by a witness, Mr. Brian Nagel, who had come to pick up his sister at the residence. She came out, he observed that vehicle. He observes that vehicle from the entirety of the time that he's there. So he's pulling on to Fairview. Ms. Reed is coming on to Fairview in the opposite direction. The right blinker on and a left blinker on. The operator of the vehicle that Mr. Nagel is in then essentially flashes his lights and allows Ms. Reed to pull in first. So Mr. Nagel is there the entire time that Ms. Reed pulls onto the street when she pulls up. Indicates that she initially pulls over to the right-hand side of the curb, then pulls the vehicle forward a little bit further. That's corroborated in testimony from a number of different people who were inside the house, as well as Mr. Nagel's sister, who then came out of the house and talked to her brother at the door of the truck that he was riding. Mr. Nagel further indicated that at no point did the brake lights come off, including the center top light of the SUV that he observed in front of the house. There were no footprints outside of the vehicle. He never saw anyone exit the vehicle. No one in the house reported ever having anyone come inside the house or seeing anyone exit the vehicle. And I'm a little confused just as far as counsel's statements, as far as the multiple people saw Mr. O'Keefe or never saw Mr. O'Keefe come into the house. Or if he comes into the house and he's attacked by the dog, I'm just a little confused as far as are they in the conspiracy, or are these people sort of let out of the conspiracy because they say something that doesn't further that conspiracy? If they're all in the house and Mr. O'Keefe comes in the house and gets attacked by a dog and then gets dragged out to the bottom of the lawn and left there for dead, then why do they all testify that no one came into the house? It's consistent throughout the entirety of all the witnesses. It's consistent with Mr. Nagel as well. It's consistent with the forensic evidence. It's consistent with every piece of evidence that has come to light at this point. And there's further statements in regard to the dog. Some reported incidents several months after the death of Mr. O'Keefe. The counsel suggests ineluctably that the animal was violent and prone to violence from one incident that postdates this particular time frame of Mr. O'Keefe's death, and seems to punctuate that this circumspection on and on about how violent the dog is from an incident that he has no information about, whether or not it involved another animal, whether or not it involved another human, whether or not it involved what exactly the incident occurred. This is simply not what Rule 17 is to be used for. That's what the case law has consistently held, is that it is not a discovery tool. It is based on information, relevant evidentiary support, which is completely and utterly lacking in this particular motion, in this particular submission. So for those reasons, the Commonwealth would request that the motion be denied.
Okay.
That was ridiculous. I'm sorry. Most of that, in my opinion, was not true. Are you guys still here? I hope. Sleuthy, are you still here even? Or did you drop again? Probably dropped again. Well, listen, guys, for who's left in here. Brian, if you're in there, buddy, I'm sorry. I have to get out. I have an appointment I have to be at 5:30. Otherwise, I'd keep going with that. It's quite interesting to hear that. But like I said, I am going to be delving more into this for anybody that's listening still. I don't know what happened here. Okay, she's down. Let me check something here. 1 second, guys. Is anybody still in here? If you're in here, throw me a 1 up in the chat real quick. No idea what's going on with my StreamYard, YouTube, any of it. 1 second, folks. Oh, here we are. Okay. Maybe. The StreamYard's not moving, so I can't tell if you guys are here or not anymore. Okay. Well, like I said, guys, I gotta jump out of here. My apologies. I have an appointment I gotta go to. So thank you guys, if you can hear me, very much for joining me again today. I love you guys to death, very much so. Everybody that was in here, appreciate you so very much as well. I hope you guys are interested in this one, as interested as I am, because I'm definitely going to be delving into this a lot more. I may not see you guys tonight, depends on how my appointment goes tonight. We'll see what happens. Other than that, I hope you guys have a very good rest of your day. And I love you guys to death. Have a great one, folks, and cross your fingers. I hope to see you later. Take it easy, guys. See you on the other side. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Bye-bye.